Atop the ocean, an iceberg the size of a small room drifted along with the waves. Atop this iceberg, Xianxia sat comfortably cross-legged. After having found Su Yan and learning that Meng Wuya and little senior sister were safe and sound, he felt a lot easier. Although he had not taken Su Yan away with him and instead left her in Ice Sect, with the help of Xianxia, Su Yan would only grow stronger. The next time they met, Xianxia figured Su Yan's strength would have noticeably increased. Feeling happy, Xianxia didn't hurry along and simply let the iceberg drift wherever it wanted to, pushing his true chi only enough to make sure it stayed upright. Now that he had no immediate worries, Xianxia figured he should return to Soaring Heaven Sect and quickly improve his alchemy proficiency so he could refine the Saint Pill needed to free the ancient demon clan before finally returning to Coffin Slave Senior's hiding place in the Snow Mountain Range. After receiving guidance from Old Man Li, Xianxia's understandings and insights into the alchemic way had improved notably. He also fully realized the superiority of using his conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy rather than his true chi. On top of that, after having dual cultivated with Su Yan, his soul had undergone a kind of sublimation, coupled with the various experiences he had absorbed thanks to the demon eye of annihilation. Xianxia had gained some new and significant insights. Sitting atop the iceberg, Xianxia immersed himself in comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, various thoughts and ideas flitting across his consciousness. As these thoughts intertwined and combined together with his own experiences, Xianxia's expression and mood gradually became reflective. The sea was vast and boundless, and Xianxia did not encounter any interruptions, so he gradually forgot the passage of time and even where he was or where he was going and became immersed in his own thoughts. Beneath the iceberg, gigantic marine animals would swim by now and then, but Xianxia had completely concealed his aura so all these beasts could sense was a small floating chunk of ice. Naturally, they didn't cause him any trouble. In the sky up above, scattered clouds drifted about. Down below, the ocean waves undulated rhythmically. This was the first time since arriving in Tongshen realm that Xianxia truly felt content and connected with this world. After a month or two, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath, a big smile upon his face. This period of enlightenment had brought him an improvement to his strength that was not small, while also allowing him to realize just how difficult it was to break through to the next order of the transcendent realm. It could be said that every transcendent realm master had experienced all kinds of hardships and struggled on the edge of life and death. Only after overcoming all of these challenges had they achieved a cultivation level that separated them from mere mortals. Those who had failed to surpass these challenges had either been forever unable to break through that barrier or had died trying. Among the new improvements Xianxia had achieved this time was the various magical uses of his conflagrated knowledge C. His conflagrated knowledge C was a type of mutation or evolution of an ordinary knowledge C and was superior in almost every way, whether it was regarding offense, defense, or even investigating and deceiving others. Xianxia's spiritual energy was powerful enough that once he covered his body in it, he could fool outsiders who tried to investigate him regarding his strength, thus causing them to underestimate or ignore him. This ability was an unexpected harvest that made Xianxia pleasantly surprised. After a little experimentation, Xianxia found that this new ability was quite convenient to use. He only needed to restrain the flow of his true chi and then use his spiritual energy to create some illusionary auras to deceive others. However, Xianxia estimated that this method would only be effective against those with weaker spiritual energy than him. Those who had significantly more powerful divine senses would be able to see through this camouflage. Still, Xianxia was quite satisfied with his newfound ability. Standing up atop the iceberg, Xianxia stretched lazily before sweeping his eyes over the surrounding ocean. Seeing nothing in every direction he looked, his expression immediately became grim as he cursed silently. Although he had unconsciously avoided the dangers from sea beasts while he was in his state of enlightenment, Xianxia had also been so completely absorbed in his contemplations that he had lost track of where he was. Originally, his intention was to go back to Water Spirit Temple and see Shui Ling. This time, Shui Ling had helped him a great deal, and as one of Xianxia's few friends in this world, he had intended to thank her personally. Afterwards, Xianxia had planned to use Water Spirit Temple as a transit point on his journey back to Soaring Heaven Sect. But now, he obviously couldn't use that plan anymore. Standing on the iceberg, After venting his annoyance for a while, Yang Kai eventually regained his composure and calmed down. As long as he came across someone and obtained directions from them, he could understand where he was and where he needed to go. Considering this point, Yang Kai simply sat down, made himself comfortable, and stared out across the rolling sea. The schools of fish swimming beneath the surface seemed full of vigor and vitality. Yang Kai also spotted some colorful coral clusters as he swept his eyes around. 3 days later, as Yang Kai was staring lazily up at the clouds, he suddenly detected some life auras at the extreme range of his released divine sense. Immediately perking up, Yang Kai stood up and stared off in the direction he had sensed the auras. On the far horizon, a small black spot several kilometers away seemed to be slowly traveling forward. Naturally, this black spot was a grand sea ship, and even though it was far off, Yang Kai could still see the extraordinariness of it. This grand ship was not solely comprised of wood and metal. Instead, it also seemed to be refined from many precious ores in a manner similar to that of an artifact, and obviously had impressive offensive and defensive abilities. Only such a vessel could withstand the violent attacks of giant sea beasts. Yang Kai had seen many such boats back at Water Spirit Temple. However, this particular ship was the most magnificent one Yang Kai had seen yet, its bow like a great dragon head that rose above the rough seas, breaking through the waves as it sailed forward at incredible speed. Atop the big ship, many brightly colored flags fluttered in the wind. Yang Kai estimated the speed and direction of the ship as well as that of the iceberg beneath his feet, soon figuring that the two would soon pass within a dozen kilometers of each other at this rate. Increasing the output of his true chi, Yang Kai sped his iceberg up in order to intercept the ship. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense. Although he didn't dare probe too much, he had basically confirmed that there were no Saint Realm Masters on board the ship. There were, however, several Transcendents, including a few Third Order Masters. With his soul devouring insects in hand, Yang Kai stood atop his iceberg without any fear, calling out to the approaching ship, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, a short time later, a few figures appeared at the bow of the ship, staring and pointing in his direction, apparently having noticed Yang Kai's presence. However, from their indifferent demeanors, it was apparent they did not intend to pay Yang Kai any mind nor alter the speed or course of the ship they were riding. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled and watched as the big ship passed by him. Of course, he did not give up so easily. He was now lost at sea, so he really had to find someone to ask directions from. Hesitating for only a moment, Yang Kai made his decision and pushed his true chi once more, rapidly increasing the speed of his iceberg and charging straight towards the ship. The people on the ship's deck immediately reacted, calling out in alarm. Atop the big ship, the crew who were alerted by these calls ran up on deck to see what the matter was, including a Transcendent Realm powerhouse. After learning what was going on, the Transcendent Master angrily shouted, "A mere brat from who knows where acting so recklessly. Destroy the iceberg under his feet this instant. Actually daring to have ideas about my Holy Land's ship? He really must not know the immensity of heaven and earth. And don't kill him yet. Capture him so we can interrogate him first." With the order of the Transcendent Realm Master being given, the disciples also struck out with righteous indignation, several of them standing at the ship's bow immediately displaying their martial skills and artifacts. Shwa shwa shwa. Several beams of light shot from the ship's bow in the next instant. Yang Kai was stunned, never having expected the other party to react so violently, quickly leaping off his iceberg to avoid the barrage. With a loud bang, the iceberg that had carried Yang Kai across the sea for the past 2 months was reduced to dust. As they watched small chunks of ice scatter across the surface of the sea, all the people on board the boat looked around carefully for Yang Kai's figure. But no matter where they looked, they saw nothing but blue ocean. Where did he go? The Transcendent Realm Master also lost track of Yang Kai at that moment, and unable to immediately find where he had disappeared, his expression became ugly. Everyone else on the deck also shook their heads. One of the disciples spoke up. "Wasn't he killed in that explosion? From what I could see, he looked quite young and probably wasn't very strong." "Nonsense!" the Transcendent shouted. Since he dared to wander the sea alone, he must at least have an immortal ascension boundary cultivation. On top of that, if he was really killed, why is there no blood on the surface? That brat is hiding somewhere. Look more carefully. There's no need for that. A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the ship, and in the next moment, a wet Yongkai jumped up onto the deck, frowning unhappily at the people on the boat as he muttered, "There is no enmity or grudge between us, so why did you suddenly attack me? We didn't attack you. We simply destroyed the iceberg you were floating on." The Transcendent Realm Master coldly snorted. "If we really wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still be able to stand here safely?" Yongkai frowned and didn't say anything. The few attacks a moment ago he had seen clearly, so he knew they really weren't aimed at him and possessed not killing intent. Perhaps it was his actions had been misunderstood by these people resulting in this situation. Of course, Yongkai never intended to hit their ship with his iceberg. But there was also no use in explaining this now, so Yongkai simply didn't bother saying anything. "Brat, I'll ask you a few questions, you answer honestly. If you dare to deceive me, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish," the Transcendent Realm Cultivator quickly said. Yongkai nodded, circulating his true chi slightly to dry his clothes before trying to make himself appear as docile as possible. "Who are you? Why are you floating on an iceberg above the sea?" "This junior is just a nameless person. I accidentally lost my way at sea and had no choice but to settle down on that iceberg or else it would have drowned long ago." "Humph!" The man coldly snorted. Yongkai not replying to his question directly obviously made him feel somewhat unsatisfied. "Then why did you seeking out my Holy Land's vessel just now?" "I had no choice. I have been drifting for many days, so when I saw your ship, I wanted to ask for directions. And actually, if it is convenient, could you possibly let me sail along with you until we reach dry land? Rest assured, I can pay you for your troubles," Yongkai quickly added. The cultivators who stood on the deck all looked like they had heard some kind of joke and couldn't help laughing, all of them turning interested and dismissive looks towards Yongkai. Even the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help grinning, nodding as he asked, "Brat, what kind of compensation can you pay? Is 10 crystal stones good? That's all I can afford right now." Yongkai cocked his head to the side, perfectly portraying the look of a countryside hick who knew nothing of the world. He had already noticed that whoever owned this ship was fabulously wealthy and naturally wouldn't care about any reward he could pay them. Seeing this, the people on the deck laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator nodded lightly at this. "Who would have thought? A brat like you actually has some spare cash on him. However, you should keep those 10 crystal stones for your own use." Saying so, he turned to a nearby cultivator and said, "Give him a boat and make him get the hell out." Yongkai's previous answers to his questions had made him feel wary. Although Yongkai's strength wasn't high, he was not prepared to have the latter remain on board. The safest thing to do was to send him away as quickly as possible. "That's also fine." Yongkai didn't make a fuss. "Can you also give me some directions then? It doesn't matter where to. As long as you point me in the direction of land, it'd be fine." "What use is there in giving you directions?" The other side quipped, "With your cultivation, there's no way you can reach land. You should just pray to the sea for mercy. In fact, you should already be thanking your luck that you met my 9 heavens holy land. If it had been a vessel from some other force, I'm afraid you'd already be fish food." 9 heavens holy land? Yongkai expression became slightly dignified. Daring to use the words holy land, this force was obviously no small matter. Since coming to Tongshan realm, Yongkai had seen a variety of forces large and small, such as Bold Independent Union, Water Spirit Temple, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, etc. Among them, Bold Independent Union and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion could be considered weak, Water Spirit Temple strength ranked somewhere in the middle, and Soaring Heaven Sect was the strongest. However, Yongkai estimated that this 9 heavens holy land was even stronger than Soaring Heaven Sect. As these thoughts flashed across his mind, a few cultivators carrying a small boat came over and began lowering it over the side of the big ship, one of them calling out, "Uncle Qian, the boat is ready." The Transcendent Realm Cultivator, apparently called Uncle Qian, was just about to nod when his brow suddenly wrinkled. Quickly turning around and immediately bowed, Young lady, why have you come out? The other cultivators standing on the deck also hurriedly bowed, each of them displaying a completely respectful attitude. Xianxia also turned around to see who they were looking at, his eyes flashing in the next instant. From the ship's cabin, a woman dressed in a pale blue dress had emerged. This woman was quite young and incredibly beautiful. Her skin was like fine white jade and her black brows curled at just the right angle. Her eyes were filled with a nimble light and her figure was nothing less than exquisite. She carried herself with an uncommon gracefulness that contrasted greatly with her well-alluring figure, instantly causing anyone who saw her to have a pleasant yet reserved impression. Seemingly aware of Xianxia's fixed gaze, which was very different from the others around her, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly towards him. Noticing this, Uncle Qian turned back and roared angrily at Xianxia, a thick flavor of warning apparent in his tone. Xianxia, of course, ignored him. I was a little bored and heard some noise from outside, so I came to see what the matter was. The woman replied lightly, her voice crisp and sweet, glancing around the deck as she asked, "What happened here?" Uncle Qian quickly reported what had just transpired, concealing nothing from this young woman. After hearing the explanation, the young woman turned to look at Xianxia and nodded lightly, indicating she understood. I didn't expect this little thing to disturb the young lady. It is really my grave sin, Uncle Qian said quite forcefully. Uncle Qian is too serious. The woman slowly shook her head before staring deeply towards Xianxia, a moment later smiling slightly as she confidently stated, "However, his story really is a lie." Xianxia stared back at this young woman curiously, wondering why she was so confident in her analysis. "And he is far too suspicious, so I thought it best to send him away." Uncle Qian shot a bad look towards Xianxia. There's no need to drive him away. With his immortal Ascension cultivation, if we force him to leave, he won't survive. Although he lied about his origins, he doesn't have any malicious intent towards us. His circumstances are probably just difficult to talk about. In any case, let him stay with us until we reach our next port before making him leave. Since young lady commands so, subordinate will obey, Uncle Qian replied respectfully. I'll go back first, carry on. The young woman issued her commands and then turned around and left. After the young woman left, Uncle Qian turned to Xianxia and said coldly, "Young lady is very compassionate, not ordering me to chase you out, so you'd best behave. If you dare try to pull anything, I'll let you know the meaning of regret." Xianxia grinned sheepishly and nodded. "Rest assured, I won't make a fuss. I only want to return to land." "You'd better." Uncle Qian nodded firmly before signaling to a nearby peak Immortal Ascension cultivation. "Chang Fei, take care of him. Don't let him stir up any trouble." "Yes," a big burly man quickly responded. After issuing this command, Uncle Qian went back to his own business. The man called Chang Fei walked over to Xianxia and looked him over once, his eyes filled with disdain. Xianxia was currently only revealing an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivation, and unless a Saint Realm Master came and intentionally probed him, no one could see through his real strength. Such a cultivation at such an age was incredibly common in Tongshan Realm and wouldn't arouse any suspicions. This Chang Fei had a peak Immortal Ascension cultivation, so he naturally felt superior. "Little brat, this sir doesn't have time to waste looking after you. So you better not cause any problems or Grandpa Chang here will break your legs." "Yes, yes, I'll behave." Xianxia nodded, repeated. Every one of these 9 Heavens Holy Land cultivators had a sense of arrogance that had seeped into their very bones, probably as a result of their sect's supreme status among Tong Xian Realm's forces. It was similar to that other side, where the disciples of the 8 great families would feel a sense of superiority, as if no one in the world was worthy to be mentioned in the same sentence as them. Xianxia had seen more than his fair share of this and didn't pay it any mind. "Come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to live." Chang Fei smiled deviously as he waved to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly followed after him, asking as they walked, "Friend, who was that girl just now? How come all of you seem so respectful towards her?" "Little brat, your curiosity is somewhat heavy." Chang Fei sneered towards Xianxia, coldly snorting as he asked, "Why do you want to know?" "No reason. I just thought she was quite beautiful. Yang Kai revealed a gentlemanly expression as he offered some words of praise. Heh, our nine heavens saintess is naturally beautiful, Chang Fei said, a hint of fanaticism on his face, obviously quite infatuated with this saintess, quickly recovering in the next instant and angrily snorting, "Brat, if you dare to look upon her highness the saintess with such impure eyes again, this sir will dig out your eyes. You think a mere toad can eat goose meat? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Saintess is so pure and gentle. Someone who deserves to be joined with her has simply not been born yet. Her sparing you a single glance is already the result of all the blessings your ancestors left behind for you." This big man continued to berate Yang Kai about this subject for a while, seemingly never running out of insults he could levy. Yang Kai simply rolled his eyes continuously, thinking that although he couldn't match Di Yao, that little gigolo, his appearance was also extraordinary and heroic. How could he be described as such a wretched person? However, he had no interest in arguing here, so he simply lowered his head and followed behind Chang Fei. But that young woman actually being the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land made Yang Kai feel quite surprised. From what little he knew, a saintess was supposed to be a noble and sacred existence that under normal circumstances would never appear in public. So why would Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess be aboard a ship roaming the seas? Soon, Chang Fei brought Yang Kai in front of a room at the bottom of the ship. With a somewhat mocking grin he said, "Get inside. Before we arrive at our destination, you'll stay here and you're not to leave without permission. Naturally, meals will be sent to you 3 times a day. If you dare go out without our explicit consent, we'll toss you overboard then and there." Looking at the small space cramped up beside the ship's hull, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't intend to stir up trouble here, and simply went inside without saying a word. Seeing Yang Kai's obedient and docile attitude, Chang Fei was very content, immediately closing the door after the former had gone in and walking away. This room wasn't a room at all. It was probably just a small storage space a few meters across that was filled with a slightly strange smell. Helpless, Yang Kai could only put up with these conditions. Since there was no furniture in the room to speak of, he simply sat down cross-legged and opened the small window behind him, allowing the crisp sea breeze to blow in. This at least cleaned up the musty air. The big ship continued sailing on steadily and Yang Kai did not look for trouble. He didn't even spy on the movements of the people on the ship, instead just sitting in meditation and cultivating in his cabin all day long, waiting for this Nine Heavens Holy Land ship to finally reach land. During this period, Chang Fei sent 3 meals a day to him, all of which were casually made from some kind of fish. Yang Kai ate it but had only one comment. "It is impressive how one can make a fish taste like nothing." The transcendent realm Uncle Chen occasionally inquired about Yang Kai as well, and seeing Yang Kai honestly remain in his assigned room he was quite satisfied. Occasionally, some sea beasts stirred up trouble, but the masters aboard the ship would always quickly dispatch them. After spectating several battles, Yang Kai was secretly surprised by the heritage of Nine Heavens Holy Land. From what he could tell, there were at least 6 transcendent realm masters aboard this ship, 2 of which were Third Order, Uncle Chen being one of them, and the remaining 4 were all Second Order. However, what made Yang Kai slightly confused was that there really was no Saint Realm Master aboard. The status of the so-called saintess should be very important, so it would be reasonable for a saint to be accompanying her when she set out to sea in case something unexpected occurred. Unable to understand this point, Yang Kai didn't think too deeply about it. Inside a giant room, the saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land gently rested her head on her hand as she stared out the window, lost in thought. This room was hundreds of times better than the one Yang Kai was staying in. It was well laid out, illuminated, and filled with a pleasant fragrance, giving it a sense of warmth as well as a kind of noble quality. "What is young lady thinking about?" A maidservant standing next to the saintess saw her listless expression and couldn't help asking. "I wasn't thinking about anything." The saintess slowly shook her head, a faint trace of sorrow apparent between her brows. "Was young lady wondering if we would successfully find the next holy master this time?" The maidservant, Bayer, grinned and asked. "I don't want to find any nonsense holy master," Saintis sighed slightly exasperatedly. But that is young lady's most important responsibility. Bayer's expression dampened noticeably. I know, and I am looking, but he has yet to appear, so there's nothing more I can do. It would be best if he didn't appear for a lifetime. Then young lady wouldn't have anything to worry about. Shoo! The saintess quickly lifted a jade finger to her mouth before turning her eyes to the room's door, quietly whispering. Saying such things to me is fine, but you mustn't let anyone else hear them, especially not Uncle Qian, or there'll be problems. I know, Bayer spat out her tongue playfully. But young lady doesn't have to worry too much. There are 4 saintesses of 9 heavens holy land. Perhaps one of the other 3 who are out searching right now will find an appropriate candidate. It's no good no matter which of us find him. The saintess sighed slightly before standing up suddenly. Enough sitting around, I'm going out to get some fresh air. Bayer nodded quickly. Exiting her cabin and strolling around the deck for a while, the saintess' mood improved noticeably. As she walked about, she suddenly recalled the disturbance Yang Kai's appearance had caused and casually asked one of the nearby disciples about him. Upon learning that since his arrival, Yang Kai had actually not left his assigned cabin, the saintess couldn't help frowning slightly. Because of some special reasons, she could basically see through others' true thoughts, so when she first saw Yang Kai she knew he had no hostile or malicious intent. But she also felt that he was a bit strange, as if he was shrouded in a layer of fog that caused even her, who excelled at reading others, to fail to completely understand him. But learning that he was not causing any fuss and had essentially faded into the background, the saintess didn't see any reason to intentionally associate with him. So after strolling around for a while longer, she simply returned to her room. The days passed by, and before Yang Kai knew it, he had been sailing aboard the grand ship for an entire month. All of a sudden, one day, when he was immersed in his meditation, Yang Kai smelt a nostalgic fragrance waft through the air. Naturally, it was the smell of land. Quickly turning around and looking out his window, he saw some scattered islands appear on the distant horizon. His spirit rousing, Yang Kai swiftly got up. Staying in this cramped cabin for the past month had been quite stifling, so now that Yang Kai could see land and knew he would finally be able to escape from this place, he inevitably felt happy. Half a day later, the big ship docked at one of the island's ports, and soon after, Yang Kai heard footsteps outside his door. A moment later, the big man named Cheng Fei pushed his way inside and bluntly said, "Brat, we've arrived at our destination. Get out." Yang Kai nodded lightly and stepped out of his room. Up on the deck, the disciples of 9 heavens holy land were disembarking in an orderly fashion, while down on the docks, some cultivators who seemed to be local bigshots were respectfully welcoming the former. Big flattering grins pasted all over their faces. Yang Kai saw the 9 heavens holy land saintess on the deck, and after thinking about it for a moment, walked over to her directly. His movements immediately caught the attention of many of the cultivators around, and even Uncle Qian began pushing his true qi and staring towards Yang Kai with a grim expression. It seemed like he was preparing to butcher Yang Kai the moment the latter made any kind of inappropriate move. As if he was completely unaware of the malicious eyes gathered on him, Yang Kai simply walked over to a spot not far away from the saintess, cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for rescuing me, young lady. I will remember this kindness in my heart. I wish young lady good health and longevity." The saintess' eyes flashed before wearing a quaint smile. Yang Kai's words and actions were somewhat different from those she had encountered before, and surprised her slightly. Nodded lightly as she replied, "No need to be so polite. From now on you should be careful not to fall into the sea again. Many thanks for young lady's concern. I'll take my leave." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and quickly left the ship. Glib-tongued brat. Uncle Qian didn't seem to like Yang Kai very much, and couldn't help muttering under his breath and coldly snorted, "I actually think he's quite sincere." The saintess stared at Yang Kai's disappearing back as she pursed her lips and giggled. Around the ship, all the gathered cultivators, both young and old, were instantly drawn to this smile, many of them becoming absent-minded for a while until Uncle Qian snorted heavily, shaking them out of their daze, many of them blushing as they awkwardly went back to their assigned tasks. After Yang Kai got off the big ship, he leisurely strolled around the island. There were many cultivators on this island, coming and going in droves, but the world energy aura here seemed a bit thin, at least not nearly as rich as the islands occupied by Water Spirit Temple. Moreover, there seemed to be no real masters on this island. Among the local leaders who had come to greet the Nine Heavens Holy Land ship at the dock, the strongest was only a second-order transcendent, and he was an old man with long snow-white hair. Evidently, this island chain was not a particularly good piece of land and was only occupied by some small forces, none of which was even in the same league as Water Spirit Temple. Having observing the crowd, Xianxia could faintly determine that, unlike at Water Spirit Temple, there seemed to be a lot of outsiders wandering around here. After walking around the island for a while, Xianxia strolled into a local inn, chose a seat by the window, sat down and ordered some food and drink from one of the waiters. The young waiter took his order and, a moment later, returned with an exquisite spread of dishes. But just as he was about to leave, Xianxia called out to him to stay. "What orders does honored customer have?" the waiter asked with a smile. Xianxia said nothing and simply placed 2 crystal stones on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up and immediately wore a flattering smile as he respectfully said, "Honored guest, these dishes are hardly worth 2 crystal stone. I want to ask you some things. If your answers satisfy me, whatever is left over is yours. Whatever honored guest wishes to know, feel free to ask. This humble one will certainly not conceal anything." Xianxia nodded, pausing for a moment to arrange his thoughts before continuing. "First off, where is this place?" The waiter directed a stunned look towards Xianxia for a moment before asking with a smile. "Honored guest doesn't even know where here is? Then how did honored guest come to?" However, before he could finish, the waiter saw a flash of impatience in Xianxia's eyes and quickly explained, "This is Azure Sea Island. What notable forces are established in this region? Around the local island chain there are the Chung family, Wang family, Hai family." The waiter listed off several forces one by one. After listening to his remarks, Xianxia realized that the nearby islands were essentially controlled by a group known as the Seven Family Alliance. There were 20 or 30 islands in the nearby chain, and these 7 families were the strongest forces present. These families weren't very powerful, and Xianxia had already seen most of their strongest masters back at the dock. Each of them had at most a second-order transcendent as their leader, as well as another 3 to 5 other transcendents serving as elders. When Xianxia asked about how far this place was from Water Spirit Temple, the waiter's answer stunned him. It seemed that Water Spirit Temple was in the opposite direction he had gone while aboard the Nine Heavens Holy Land's great ship, and was at least a few 10,000 kilometers away. Knowing this, Xianxia could only shake his head helplessly. It seems he had to put aside his plans to return to Water Spirit Temple and thank Shui Ling personally for now. The closest port on the mainland was also about a month's distance by boat from this place. "Is there an alchemist guild branch here?" Xianxia asked. The waiter shook his head. "This really is a backwater place." Xianxia thought to himself. There wasn't even an alchemist guild branch here, which showed just how remote this Azure Sea Island was. "Is honored guest an alchemist?" The waiter was a sharp person and instantly became aware of something after hearing Xianxia's question. "Why do you ask?" Xianxia glanced over at him curiously. The Seven Family Alliance is aggressively recruiting alchemists and are offering extremely lucrative rewards. If honored guest wants to make some money, you may want to try visiting them. Xianxia silently snickered in his heart, obviously not interested in such an idea. He didn't care about what kind of rewards he could obtain, he only wanted to improve his alchemy skills. But from what he had just heard about the Seven Family Alliance, it was obvious they didn't have a large supply or rare herbs he could use to practice with. Right, why are there so many guests around here? Why are they all dressed up and puffing out their chests like they're trying to show themselves off? Xianxia smoothly changed the topic. Since he came to the island, he had noticed something odd. Essentially, every young man he came across was dressed up in his finest. Not only that, they seemed to be paying great attention to the way they spoke and acted, as if they were trying to appear like noble, educated scholars. In fact, it wasn't just the young. Even the middle-aged men appeared to be on their best behavior, as if they were under the scrutiny of an invisible pair of eyes. This puzzled Yang Kai greatly and made him wonder if this was some kind of strange local custom. Doesn't honored guest already know? Listening to Yang Kai's question, the waiter showed a sly smile, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Should I? Yang Kai glanced over at him unkindly and reached for the 2 crystal stones on the table. He was somewhat annoyed at this waiter speaking so much nonsense. However, the waiter acted faster, swiftly snapping up the crystal stones and offering his thanks before leaning over and whispering into Yang Kai's ear. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess is supposed to arrive here today, so everyone is deliberately trying to show themselves off. Yang Kai frowned upon hearing this. That Saintess coming here, what the hell does that have to do with them? It has everything to do with them. Seeing that Yang Kai really was ignorant of the situation, the waiter felt slightly surprised but quickly proceeded to explain. The Saintess going out is a sign that 9 Heavens Holy Land is seeking its next Holy Master. If someone can catch Her Highness the Saintess' attention, he'll be able to leap over the Dragon Gate and soar into the sky in a single bound. You mean them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around and could only see a crowd of worthless idiots putting on airs and posturing to the point he felt nauseous, smiling disdainfully as he said, "Only if that Saintess is totally blind will she have a liking for any of these fools." SH. The waiter quickly gestured to Yang Kai before vigilantly glancing around and whispering, "Honored guest cannot say such things out loud or you'll draw public anger. Besides, who the Saintess will ultimately choose, no one can say. Every time the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess goes out like this it creates a similar storm. 6 months ago, when 9 Heavens Holy Land spread the word that their Saintesses would be going out, the entire world shook and countless young heroes began secretly preparing. Since half a month ago, this Azure Sea Island became incredibly lively because word that the Saintess would be stopping here came out. Otherwise, how could there be so many outsiders here in such a remote place right now? Although Yang Kai had come to Tongxian Realm nearly 4 years ago, he was still relatively ignorant about its various traditions. After listening to the waiter, he finally realized that the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess journeying out into the world was actually a big event. Also, he learned that the Saintess he met from 9 Heavens Holy Land was not the only one. There were, in fact, a total of 4 Saintesses, each of whom had sailed off in a different direction on a voyage that would take them across the entire human territory. These Saintesses had grown up in 9 Heavens Holy Land since birth, and after 20 or so years of dedicated cultivation, after undergoing a strict selection based on their innate talent and beauty, they would be groomed to become Saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land, training in a special secret art. The purpose of their voyage was to find the next Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. The current Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land had grown old and would likely pass on soon, so these 4 Saintesses had gone out in a grand fashion. As for what method they used to find the next Holy Master, the world's populace didn't know. Only each Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land and his Saintesses knew. According to historical records though, the first 9 generations of Holy Master, before being found by the Saintesses, came from a diverse background. Some of them were famous youngsters while others had just been ordinary traders. Some of them even had below-average aptitude, but once they had been found by a Saintess and entered 9 Heavens Holy Land, they had all undergone a dramatic transformation. These 9 people ranged in age from their early teens to over 60 years old when they had been discovered. It seemed the Saintesses had some kind of unique vision which let them find these individuals amongst the crowd of people. It was for this reason that when a Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land arrived, those who had dreams of ascending to the top of this world put on their best and carefully displayed themselves. After all, if they were really to be selected by one of the Saintesses, it would simply be the ultimate blessings of their 9 generations of ancestors. As such, there were so many shameless people now on the island deliberately trying to promote themselves. None of them knew how the Saintess would choose the next Holy Master or when the Saintess or the Masters next to her were even watching, so the only thing they could do was to act to the best of their ability at all times so as not to miss this opportunity. Hearing all this, Yang Kai was dumbstruck. Never had he imagined something so bizarre could actually be possible. "Brother seems to know a great deal about this matter," Yang Kai commented. The waiter grinned meaningfully and replied, "I only know what everyone else knows. On this island, Honored guest is probably the only one who doesn't. Then you have no hopes regarding this matter? Yang Kai turned to stare at him. According to this waiter, before previous holy masters were found, many of them had been no better than average civilians. Even an ordinary restaurant waiter should have a chance. Of course I do, why shouldn't I? The waiter nodded frankly. But regarding someone like the saintess, I naturally know I have no qualifications to attract her attention. If she happens to take notice of me, then it is this humble one's blessing. If not, then that's all there is to it. Given then, I might as well go about my business as usual rather than putting on a useless act. Admirable. This waiter's composed and casual attitude really garnered a favorable impression from Yang Kai, the latter cupping his fists and nodding. And then I should wish brother waiter here good luck. Then I'll take advantage of honored guest's auspicious words. The waiter smiled before attending to his work. After eating and drinking his fill at the inn, and acquiring some useful information, Yang Kai left. Now that he had nothing urgent to do, he wasn't about to rush off again. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess looking for a new holy master was something he was also somewhat curious about, wondering just what kind of person that woman would take a liking to. So Yang Kai decided to stick around for a while to watch the excitement. The nearby 20 or 30 islands were all quite lively. Since the arrival of the saintess, all the young men behaved like they had been fed some kind of stimulant and were shamelessly parading themselves around. Yang Kai spent the next 10 days touring around the entire island chain, experiencing the local customs while purchasing a large number of herbs. Unfortunately, he never found anything he needed or was particularly interested in. After the saintess arrived here, it was as if she had gone into hiding, much less searching for a new holy master. Just as Yang Kai was finishing up his tour around the archipelago, in a grand palace atop one of the islands, the third-order transcendent Uncle Qian walked over to the saintess in a respectful manner and hesitantly asked, "Young lady, is there still no response?" The saintess slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian sighed slightly and muttered, "This is already the 8th place we have visited, but it seems the new holy master is not here either. After a few days, let us proceed to the next place." The saintess nodded slightly and did not refute. From an early age, she knew what kind of responsibility she was shouldering and worked diligently towards that end. Between her and her 3 sisters, one of them would eventually find that chosen person among the boundless crowd who would become the next holy master. "Uncle Qian, I have not left the palace since we arrived here. I'd like to go out today with Bayer to see the scenery. Is that all right?" the saintess asked suddenly. Uncle Qian paused for a moment before nodding. "Very well, but young lady has to disguise herself well. Don't worry, I know." With Uncle Qian's affirmative answer, the saintess' mood visibly improved. After putting on a disguise, the 2 young women happily left the palace, 2 second-order transcendent masters quietly tailing behind them to guard against any kind of accident. On one of the local islands, Yang Kai was searching for rare herbs in a medicine shop when he suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation sweep towards him from a distant place. A moment later, with a great bang, the entire island seemed to shake from a profound impact. The faces of everyone on the islands changed greatly, none of them knowing what had happened. Yang Kai also furrowed his brow and quickly left the medicine shop, soaring into the air to see what the source of the disturbance was. What he saw when he first flew up was a giant column of water shooting towards the heavens before slowly falling back down, as if something incredible had emerged at the bottom of the sea. Many people were also rushing over towards that side, each of them curious about what exactly was going on. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an aura that made him feel very comfortable, a strong yang attribute aura. Obviously, this aura had appeared as a result of whatever accident had occurred at the bottom of the sea. His interest immediately being roused, Yang Kai also flew towards. Above the sea, there would normally be a thick water attribute aura, so in general it was impossible for a strong yang attribute energy to be present. So whatever was generating this aura was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Yang Kai very much wanted to know what kind of object was capable of emitting such energy. However, before he could approach the area in question, he was stopped by a number of people. These people should be cultivators from the 7 Family Alliance, Obviously this local overlord had formed a blockade around the area to stop anyone from getting too close. Although there were a great many foreign cultivators present right now, no one took the initiative to stir up trouble, so although the atmosphere was somewhat tense, no full-scale battles erupted, most people choosing to stop somewhere close by and observe the situation before deciding how to proceed. Xianxia listened to the random chatter around him for a while but didn't hear any useful information. Only that whatever was happening was something completely unexpected. Soon, a large group of masters appeared. Xianxia had seen these people before. They were the group that had been at the dock to welcome the Saintess when the big ship from Nine Heavens Holy Land had arrived, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance. This group huddled together and began whispering back and forth, all of them wearing dignified expressions as they occasionally shot glances at the surrounding crowds gathered nearby. Xianxia, who had chosen to take a wait-and-see approach, only noticed that the yang attribute energy aura coming from the depths of the ocean was becoming more and more intense, further stimulating his curiosity. After waiting for half a day, while Xianxia was debating whether or not to sneak into the depths when night came around, the Seven Family Alliance's masters seemingly came to a decision. A yellow-faced Transcendent Realm masters emerged from their group and walked towards the crowd of foreign cultivators that had by now congregated together in one spot not far away and lightly coughed. All of you gathered here now must be aware of the incident that took place earlier today. Some of you probably even witnessed the fallout from it. My Seven Family Alliance does not intend to conceal anything here and hopes that, together with our foreign guests, we can work together in a cooperative manner. As such, I am here to inform you that down below, an ancient ruins has appeared. Cries of shock immediately burst out. Xianxia's expression also changed greatly. Ancient ruins. These two words were like resounding thunder in everyone's ears, dazing all of them. The yellow-faced old man glanced around at the crowd's reaction and nodded with satisfaction, smiling as he continued. There's no need for suspicion. There are truly ancient ruins down below. For some time now, my Seven Family Alliance has been aware of these ruins and has frequently been sending people to investigate the situation down below. The great disturbance earlier was a result of one of our investigation teams triggering some kind of restriction. This has been confirmed by the disciples who returned afterwards. Old man, what kind of scheme are you plotting? Do you want yous to go down and help you explore the road, so your Seven Family Alliance can reap the benefits while we face all the danger? Immediately, some smarter individuals began to call out. Listening to these voices, the crowd of foreign cultivators all became slightly wary, many of them turning vigilant looks towards the yellow-faced old man. The Seven Family Alliance wouldn't be telling them about such a big treasure trove without some ulterior motive reason. It was quite likely they were trying to tempt these outsiders into exploring these ancient ruins so they could treat them as pathfinders and reduce the risk their Seven Family Alliance had to face. The yellow-faced old man, however, smiled and unexpectedly nodded. We indeed had such an idea, but that is not main reason we are telling you all this. My Seven Family Alliance knows its own strength. We know well enough that we cannot block all of you from exploring the situation here for long. Old man, you indeed have some self-awareness. Some people laughed. Because of the appearance of the Saintess, there were currently many more outsiders here than normal, and although most of them weren't that strong, it was really impossible for the Seven Family Alliance to blockade all of them. Perhaps while they were seeking for treasures in front of them, someone would be sneaking up behind them. The yellow-faced old man so frankly admitting everything had won a favorable impression from many of the foreign cultivators present. After some lengthy negotiations, my Seven Family Alliance has decided to make you all a proposal. I hope each of you will listen and consider it seriously. Old man, if you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. My Seven Family Alliance will coordinate an exploration of the ancient ruins down below. If any of you wish to join us, we will hold a registration and organize you into teams. If we discover any benefits down there, my Seven Family Alliance and all those who participate in the exploration will share them equally. This proposal has advantages for both sides and can also avoid any unpleasant results from us acting in an adversarial manner. The yellow-faced old man then let out a snort as his tone grew colder. But this old master must first remind you that the situation inside these ancient ruins is unknown. Where there are benefits, there are also risks. Those friends who want to work together with my 7-family alliance should be aware of this point. If any of you suffers injuries or dies, that will be solely your responsibility. The yellow-faced old man finished speaking and stared out across the crowd, stroking his long beard as he waited quietly. Although they knew they couldn't fully believe his words, the mere mention of an ancient ruin still managed to firmly grab everyone's attention. If there really was an ancient ruin down there, then there would definitely be treasures as well, and whether they fought or cooperated with one another, it was ultimately for those unseen benefits. As such, all the foreign cultivators gathered on the shore were inevitably tempted. What's more, the great movement when the ancient ruins barrier was disturbed had already been noticed by all of them, making the yellow-faced old man's story seem more credible. Many of these outsiders gathered together frowning and deliberating, while others, like Yang Kai, stood alone, observing the situation vigilantly. The 7-family alliance was definitely forced to make this decision, but they were also likely trying to take advantage of the situation to reduce their own losses by roping in all these outsiders to serve as pathfinders. From this, it could be easily understood that although they knew something about the ancient ruins down below, it likely wasn't much. Yang Kai's thoughts turned quickly in his mind as he quickly evaluated the options before him. Should he join the exploration team? Going down there definitely carried risks, but the source of that rich Yang attribute aura was something Yang Kai was interested in. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm, he had no decent artifacts on hand. His bone shield had been destroyed during his trip to the starry sky, so the only usable artifact he had at the moment was the small sword currently floating in his knowledge sea. However, that soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank. While it had some value back in the central capital, it wasn't of much use to Yang Kai anymore. If it was a powerful artifact exuding that potent Yang attribute aura, it would be a perfectly fit for Yang Kai. After acquiring it, his combat strength would increase dramatically. Even if it wasn't an artifact and was instead just some precious material, it would still be incredibly useful to him. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly made a decision. At the same time, there were many other outsiders who had come to the same decision as him. After the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, it wasn't long before someone stepped out of the crowd and flew over to the registration place the 7-family alliance had set up. Soon, some scattered cultivators began coming forward, including Yang Kai. However, the majority were still standing by, looking suspicious and uncertain. Seeing this scene, the yellow-faced old man who has been silent for some time now suddenly said, "Right, there is one more thing I must tell all of you. Although my 7-family alliance is willing to cooperate with all of you, it is impossible for us to allow each and every one of you to participate. And each of our families will only recruit 30 outsiders to join their respective exploration teams. Naturally, the higher your strength, the better. Those who have not yet broken through to the immortal ascension boundary need not bother applying to join." "Hey, you old fatty, why didn't you say something so important sooner?" A series of dissatisfied roars erupted from the crowd, and many of those who had still been hesitating broke out into a sprint, rushing to register with the 7-family alliance lest all the available spots be taken up. The yellow-faced old man simply continued stroking his beard in response. His mouth curled into a slight smirk, a triumphant look upon his face. All of the 7-family alliance's teams stood apart from one another, and any cultivator who wanted to join in the undersea exploration could choose which one they wanted to work with. Soon, 7 big groups had formed with a little less than 2,000 people in total. Yang Kai was among the first to sign up, and after casually reporting his name, he displayed an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivation, intentionally disguising himself but still easily qualifying and being directed to a waiting zone. Time passed by slowly as all of the gathered outside cultivators applied to the 7-family alliance's masters. Most of these foreigners were rejected because their strength was too low, but still others, like Yang Kai, passed the screening relatively easily. After an hour or so, the teams had been finalized. However, the number of cultivators who had passed the 7-family alliance's scrutiny was greater than the yellow-faced old man's expectations. There were nearly 300 foreign cultivators, the weakest of which was still an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage mazer, remained. There was also a not small number of transcendent, making up nearly a tenth of the population. The 7 Family Alliance powerhouses gathered again to hold a discussion, the same yellow-faced old man soon emerging and announcing, "This old master has felt the enthusiasm of all of you. So all of you who have passed my 7 Family Alliances test will be allowed to join us. As for the rest of these friends, please remain on the coastline. If you dare not listen to my advice, don't blame my 7 Family Alliances disciples for not being merciful." The remaining foreign cultivators didn't possess very high strength to begin with, so with the unquestionably unfriendly words the yellow-faced old man delivered, none of them had any thoughts of stirring up trouble. This was, after all, still the 7 Family Alliances territory. Seeing the yellow-faced old man's attitude go from friendly to menacing so quickly, the cultivators who were excluded could only utter a few curses under their breath. After finishing this brief episode up, the masters from the 7 Family Alliance came together and seemed to be making some final preparations. Xianxia stood in a remote corner, indifferently observing the strength of the people around him. Most of the others gathered here were doing the same, each of them apparently seeing all the others as competitors rather than allies. Perceiving this, Xianxia couldn't help chuckling. They hadn't even found any treasures yet, but the tension was already so thick. If they really were to find something good down there, Xianxia figured that a big fight would immediately break out, likely resulting in a large number of casualties. The 7 Family Alliance really had some sinister methods. They knew they couldn't stop all these outsiders from diving into the sea to treasure hunt, so they adopted what, on the surface, appeared to be a compromise strategy. On its face, this arrangement shared the secrets of the ancient ruins with outsiders, but in actual fact, even if the 7 Family Alliance brought a large number of foreigners down with them to explore the ruins, these individuals were by no means united and would instead mutually constrain each other. Such a group of loose sand wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble down in the ancient ruins, and when the time came, the 7 Family Alliance cultivators only needed to sit atop the mountain and watch the tigers fight before reaping the fisherman's benefits. Everything was set up for the 7 Family Alliance to gain the most profit while exerting the least amount of effort. Xianxia secretly shook his head in admiration. As he was observing his surrounding allies, though, a whiff of fragrance suddenly drifted over from his side, its aroma somewhat familiar to him. Wrinkling his brow slightly, Xianxia turned his head to discover a woman standing next to him with a light smile on her face after staring at this seemingly unfamiliar woman for a moment. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he called out in amazement, "You? Shu!" The woman quickly placed a jade finger on her lips and silenced Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flickered before quietly releasing his divine sense and scanning the area around them. After confirming no one was listening in on them, he turned to the somewhat delicate-featured woman with a strange smile and whispered, "Girl, how come you're here? Why are you so sure it's me?" The woman smiled faintly, a touch of surprise apparent in her eyes. Xianxia laughed slyly and shook his head before replying, "There's a saying that to know a woman you must know her scent. Every woman has a unique fragrance, so although you've changed your appearance, and by some method I can't quite understand, even covered up your original aura, you still can't disguise your scent. Dog-nosed bastard." The woman's face blushed bright red as she glared half-mad half-embarrassed towards Xianxia. "You seem like quite the expert in this field. You must have hooked up with a lot of women, right?" "Nonsense." Xianxia shook his head in a serious manner. "I have always been a pure and incorruptible paragon. I would never do such shameless things." The woman pursed her lips and trembled slightly, trying to stop herself from giggling out loud before flatly stating, "I don't believe you." Xianxia squinted towards her for a moment before directing his eyes towards 2 second-order, transcendent masters who were flying over from the distance. These 2 men were releasing their divine senses unscrupulously, seemingly anxiously looking for someone. However, after sweeping this area and apparently not finding anything, they turned around a left in a clearly exasperated state. "Isn't this bad? Regardless of anything else, you are a saintess. What exactly are you doing here?" Xianxia quietly glanced in the direction the 2 masters were leaving. "Those 2 seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them directly. They're quite alert. It will really be bad if I'm discovered by them." The woman quickly pulled on Xianxia's sleeve. Xianxia was really shocked when he realized the true identity of this woman. She was actually the one he had met back on that big ship, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Xianxia didn't know what kind of strange technique she had used to conceal her aura, but it had apparently also allowed her to disguise her appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Xianxia estimated he wouldn't have even noticed her. This Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess skills were really profound. No wonder she was able to escape the detection of those 2-second-order transcendents and secretly hide here. You still haven't told me? What are you doing here? Xianxia wrinkled his brow. Of course I came here to join the excitement. This excitement isn't something good to join. If you're not careful, the price will be your life. Xianxia muttered as he directed a stern glance towards her. The Saintess immediately became annoyed at his words, though. Do you think I'm someone ignorant who would just die in vain? Humph, even you with your immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation can go, so why can't I? My true strength is a lot higher than yours. You know, like this, you don't have any of the etiquette or demeanor of someone raised as a saintess. Xianxia couldn't help commenting. The woman in front of him right now was very different from the gentle and quiet saintess he had witnessed before, and it seemed this was her real temperament. What's it to you? I won't be choosing you as a holy master anyways, the woman sneered. I don't want to be any nonsense holy master. Xianxia spat disdainfully. The woman's expression suddenly became somewhat pleading. Don't expose me. Please, I believed in you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have approached you. Rest assured, I don't have a hobby of meddling in other people's business. Xianxia nodded, but soon became somewhat confused. You're an honored saintess, so why are you bothering to approach a nameless junior like me? The saintess' long eyelashes fluttered lightly as she smiled. How should I put this? I feel like there is something unusual about you. It's like everything about you is covered in a mysterious barrier that I can't fully comprehend. I have a strong sense of curiosity towards the unknown. Xianxia's expression dimmed as he snickered back. I could say the same about you. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? Xianxia couldn't tell. Even though the two of them were close enough he could smell the scent of her hair, it seemed like some kind of mystifying force prevented him from probing her. Your laugh looks a bit evil, the saintess commented as she stared back at Xianxia. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child. This is actually the first time I have left, but no matter where I go, there are always people following me, watching me, restricting my movements. All of this is boring me to death. I figured that in this backwater place I can take care of myself, so I decided to ditch my escorts and have a little fun. You don't need to explain it to me, Xianxia said lightly. I have no interest in hearing the sob story of some stranger. And, after we arrive at the ancient ruins, don't pester me. If you encounter any danger, do your best. Don't expect anyone to come save you. Seeing Xianxia's attitude suddenly become so off-putting, the saintess couldn't help grumbling. I never expected you to come save me. You should just worry about yourself. After saying so, obviously somewhat annoyed, she was not willing to keep talking with Xianxia. Seeing her like this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. During this exploration, he didn't know what would happen. Perhaps there would be great danger. If the saintess was to latch on to him, it would severely restrict his movements. He preferred to act alone without having to concern himself with other people's well-being. Although this woman had indeed granted Xianxia passage on her ship, they were essentially still strangers, so Xianxia felt no obligation to protect her safety. In Xianxia's opinion, she was just another flower that had grown up in a greenhouse who thought she could prove her ability by showing off a bit of her skill. Once she suffered some real pain, she would come to realize the world was not such a friendly place. After waiting for what seemed like a long time, the 7 Family Alliance's cultivators finally finished their preparations and selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams under the directions of the yellow-faced old man. When Xianxia was signing up before, he had simply chosen one of the 7 families at random, and it wasn't until now that he learned he had joined the High Families team, which was actually led by the yellow-faced old man. There were roughly 40 people in this team, each of whom looked like they were not weak, 1 or 2 of them having even reached the transcendent realm. As for the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess, she was with a different family's team. The yellow-faced old man came forward and cleared his throat before addressing the crowd gathered before him. This old man is Hai Wanggu, a protector from the High family of the Seven Family Alliance. For this time's expedition to the bottom of the sea, this old man will be leading you. Once we enter the ancient ruins, I hope you will all obey this old man's orders and not act on your own, so as to avoid unnecessary accidents. And, in addition to all of you, my High family will be sending more than a dozen masters. Let us all act together. Since you've chosen to accompany my High family, this old man will try his best to maintain each of your safety. But I will say this up front, if any of you does anything to disrupt the harmony of the group, don't blame this old man for acting ruthless. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd coldly, but received no challenge from any of the foreign cultivators. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. That being the case, may the heavens bestow good fortune on us. Let's go. Finishing his speech, Hai Wanggu immediately took off, the 40 or so foreign cultivators and the Hai family's masters following soon after, all of them flying over to the sea. At the same time, the other 6 families began moving as well. As they sped along, Xianxia secretly spied on the number and strength of the people the Hai family had dispatched. There were only a dozen or so of them, but in addition to Hai Wanggu, there were actually 2 other transcendents, while the rest were all at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, which meant that although their numbers were smaller, their overall strength was actually greater than the outsiders. Obviously, the Hai family had sent all of its elites and were in full control of the situation. The other 6 teams also had a similar configuration. After a short time, everyone arrived above the ocean and Hai Wanggu took out a disc-shaped artifact. This artifact gave off a glittering silver radiance and emitted a strong energy fluctuation. It was at least a high-quality spirit-grade artifact. Gather around. This old man will use this to bring us to the seabed. Hai Wanggu beckoned to the crowd. Everyone obediently moved towards him. Hai Wanggu then poured his true qi into the disc-shaped artifact, and suddenly, a silver light curtain roughly 10 meters in diameter appeared and wrapped everyone up. Soon after, the silver bubble began sinking into the sea. Seeing him reveal such a method, many people's expression became solemn. Although Hai Wanggu had not used true power, an artifact, or martial skill, simply being able to lead a few dozen people into the depths of the sea was still quite impressive. Watching the changes in everyone's mood, Hai Wanggu couldn't help showing a somewhat smug look on his face. Surrounded by the blue ocean, the deeper they dove, the darker it became. This deep darkness gave many people a creepy feeling. Most of the cultivators here had never dove into the sea before after all, so they were understandably somewhat nervous. Some of them even quietly shuffling closer to Hai Wanggu, as if looking for some sense of security. Xianxia swept his eyes around the area and quickly spotted other bright lights in the water. Obviously, the other 6 families were using their own means to rush to descend to the bottom of the sea. The silver light barrier created by Hai Wanggu was extremely tough, not allowing a single drop of sea water from the outside to penetrate it. Staring outside the light shield, the cultivators could see various colorful fish swimming about, adding a slight bit of brightness to the otherwise dreary scenery. As they continued to dive, the expression on Hai Wanggu's face gradually became somewhat strained. The sea in this area was unfathomable deep, and the lower they went the higher the pressure became. Even though he was a transcendent realm master, using an artifact to maintain such a large-scale barrier required a massive amount of his true qi. The silver light curtain seemed to be under a great deal of stress and slowly began to deform, becoming less rounded than before as the space inside even started to shrink somewhat. The cultivator who perceived this couldn't help turning towards Hai Wanggu and wrinkling their brows, wondering whether this old man would be able to insist until they reached their destination. After diving for a while, Hai Wanggu suddenly said, "Everyone, the old man must ask for your help. Contribute some of your true qi to help this old man maintain the operation of the artifact, or we may not be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing his request, many people silently cursed in their hearts. This old fox clearly had plenty of spare capacity and was simply acting as if he was having a difficult time. Clearly, he didn't want to use too much of his own true qi so he could maintain his peak state and had thus asked everyone else instead. Seeing the silvery light barrier continue to shrink towards them though, even if they knew the old man was lying, the gathered cultivators didn't have any choice and quickly began pushing their true qi towards Hai Wanggu's artifact. Hai Wanggu smiled and nodded, quickly guiding this influx of true qi into the appropriate spirit arrays inside his artifact. Yang Kai also contributed, supply a stream of true qi reasonable for someone at the Immortal Ascension 7th stage, secretly sneering in his heart as he did so. Everyone here had the same idea about preserving their true qi and were only willing to contribute the minimum necessary, hoping that others would pick up the slack so they could gain an advantage in the coming exploration. Before they even reached the bottom of the sea, everyone was already playing such games, so when they got there, it could only be imagined how chaotic things would become. After accepting everyone's true qi, the silver light curtain really did stabilize and expand back out. But after a while, Hai Wanggu once again made a similar request. This process repeated itself several times, yet there was still no sign of the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone had burned through a large amount of true qi and were slowly becoming impatient, some of them even opening complaining. Hai Wanggu, however, just stated calmly, "There's no need to become anxious, we'll be there soon. The depth of the seabed here is not something you can imagine." This continued for another stick of incense worth of time before someone suddenly pointed below and shouted excitedly, "Look, it's the bottom." Everyone quickly turned their eyes in the direction this man was pointing and suddenly felt their spirits rise. Down below them, there were a number of colorful lights shimmering, and amongst these lights was a massive set of ruins. Ancient ruins! Everyone could not help but exclaim. "It looks like we've finally arrived." Hai Wanggu smiled slightly, increasing the silver light curtain's rate of descent. A short time later, the group arrived at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Even from the outside, it was obvious to all that these ancient ruins occupied a vast expanse of land, at least several dozen kilometers in each direction. Amidst the ruins were several deserted palace-like structures as well as numerous houses arranged in neat rows. Of course, many of these buildings had already collapsed, leaving behind only the wreckage. Most impressively, around the outer perimeter of this huge ancient ruin was a transparent barrier that, even though they were on the seabed, kept the inside ruins perfectly dry. Outside this barrier, countless pieces of coral grew and swayed in the flowing sea water, many of them giving off a soft glow, providing a kind of eerie illumination. Seeing all of this, everyone couldn't help feeling somewhat nervous, wondering what kind of dangers lay inside. Hai Wanggu actually had a leisurely expression as he continuing to maintain the operation of his artifact and directly led everyone into the ruins. The outer barrier which was blocking the sea actually didn't provide any resistance to their intrusion, and the group of several dozen people easily passed it and entered the ancient ruins. Hai Wanggu took back his artifact and let out a light breath before lifting his old face, his eyes flickering with anticipation. "Since we've arrived, we should move quickly. The other 6 groups should also be here by now," Hai Wanggu said. Everyone's expression turned black as they stared at his calm and relaxed appearance, all of them realizing this old fox had really been using them before. In order to maintain the operation of the artifact, most of the people had experienced fairly heavy consumption, but Hai Wanggu was still bursting with energy. Proposing they immediately move out was obviously because he didn't want to give them any time to restore themselves. As he spoke, from positions not far away, the other 6 groups also arrived. Without even enough time to curse, the foreign cultivators all took out some restorative pills and swallowed them down, quickly following after Hai Wanggu while circulating their secret arts to supplement their consumption of true qi. In order to avoid other people's suspicions, Yang Kai also followed suit, casually tossing a pill into his mouth. After entering this ancient ruin, Yang Kai felt that a rich flow of Yang attribute energy coming from a certain direction. This abundant Yang attribute energy seemed to flood the entire ruin, causing the ambient temperature to actually be somewhat warm. However, he did not immediately leave the team and head in that direction. This ancient ruin was filled with unknown dangers, so he planned to follow along with this group to first explore the situation before setting off on his own. The crowd was dazzled as they walked forward. At first glance, it was obvious the age of these ruins was quite old, at least several thousand years. Who knows what kind of great force this once was that, for some unknown reason, had wound up being sunk into the depths of the ocean. Everyone was paying close attention to their surroundings, fully releasing their divine senses, searching for any place there might be hidden treasures. As Hai Wanggu was walking at the front of the crowd, he suddenly said, "If anyone discovers anything, please first hand it over to this old master. Don't worry, after leaving these ruins and returning to the surface, this old master will ensure that everyone gets their fair share. My Hai family absolutely won't take everything here for ourselves. Of course, the more you contribute, the more benefits you will get in the end. This policy also applies to my Hai family." He spoke righteous words and made solemn vows, but after eating a big loss at this old fox's hands, no one here was willing to believe him again. As the group walked forward, a few people rushed towards a couple of rows of collapsed houses. This sudden burst of movement obviously caught everyone's attention, and they all realized that there must be something in these houses, as they could feel slight energy fluctuations coming from them. Hai Wanggu lifted his hand to indicate everyone to stop and wait. Those that continued to move were all Hai family's cultivators. Naturally, this being the area they staked their claim to, none of the outside cultivators dared to act as they pleased. If it turned out that there was something good here, allowing the Hai family to eat the meat while collecting some soup afterwards wasn't a problem, and if there was any danger, allowing the Hai family to test the waters was also good. Everyone here had such thoughts. A short time later, the Hai family's cultivators quickly returned. The two who had gone to search the left row of houses both had downcast looks and were shaking their heads, apparently not having found anything. The pair that had searched the right set of houses, however, had faces filled with smiles, the two of them quickly handing a small object over to Hai Wanggu. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared towards this object. Hai Wanggu accepted the object and carefully wiped the dust off of it before using his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, his brow loosened as he nodded. "Good. It's an artifact. Unfortunately, it seems to have degraded to the point where it can only display a mysterious grade low-rank prestige. Truly unfortunate. If it were in good condition, it would probably at least be a spirit grade top-rank artifact." Listening to his words, everyone couldn't help showing a look of regret. What Hai Wanggu said was the truth. Everyone here had their eyes on the artifact and were probing it with their divine senses, so him lying would be pointless. However, finding an artifact so soon after arriving could be considered a good start, raising everyone's expectations even higher. This artifact will be taken care of by this old master for now. After we return to the surface, I will find an artifact refiner to repair it. Perhaps some of its former strength can be restored, increasing its grade. Hai Wanggu said frankly before storing the artifact in his universe bag. From the start, Hai Wanggu had said that all treasures their group found would be kept by him, and only after the exploration was over would they be distributed according to everyone's individual contributions. Since this artifact was found by his Hai family cultivators, no one expected him to share it even after they got back. Having already gained some small benefits, everyone became more passionate in their search. In order to expand the scope of their search, Hai Wanggu divided everyone up into 3 small teams, each of them led by a Hai family transcendent realm master, and sent them off in 3 different directions. Xianxia was still following behind Hai Wanggu. The small team he was part of now consisted of only 20 or so people, and with the exception of Hai Wanggu, only Xianxia had reached the transcendent realm. Everyone else was an immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. Amongst the many ruined houses on either side of the road they were traveling, people would occasionally find something of value. Most of these things were artifacts, but there were occasionally secret arts and martial skills as well. However, these secret arts and martial skills generally weren't well preserved, and the moment they were touched, they crumbled into dust, depressing a great many. There were also some pills, but because of the long passage of time, their medicinal efficacies had completely passed, leaving behind only some worthless dregs. After half a day, Xianxia's group had only managed to harvest some damaged artifacts, causing most of them to feel somewhat unsatisfied as these gains were far from what they had been expecting. Xianxia stayed at the back of the group, neither showcasing nor hiding himself, only working as hard as an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage cultivator should, not attracting anyone's attention. Among the couple dozen artifacts that had been found, he had also made some contributions, but nothing of noticeable significance. Silently though, Xianxia felt somewhat doubtful. This ancient ruin should be the remains of a large sect from long ago. Such a sect should have a lot of internal barriers and restrictions guarding their more valuable locations. This point could easily be inferred from the barrier that was blocking the sea from flooding this place. But until now, their group had yet to encounter any such barriers, much less any kind of danger. This instead made Xianxia even more vigilant. As they were walking, a man with a thin frame suddenly approached Xianxia, causing the latter to frown as he glanced over curiously. Xianxia immediately noticed that this thin man was grinning towards him silently. "Do you need something?" Xianxia asked. "Boy, you seem like a smart one," the man whispered, glancing over towards Hai Wanggu, who was leading the way, making sure that the latter wasn't paying attention to them. "Is that so?" Xianxia suddenly felt things were becoming interesting. This guy was also a foreign cultivator who had joined Hai Wanggu's group. He had a peak Immortal Ascension cultivation and didn't seem very old, only in his early 30s. His pair of small and narrow eyes resembled those of a poisonous snake, always revealing a somewhat sinister light. Him suddenly calling out for no reason made Xianxia somewhat curious, wondering what the former was plotting. "Of course, I saw all of it," the man replied lightly. "While you basically kept silent, your eyes were constantly flickering. It was quite a shrewd performance. You're trying to hide your true strength in order to snag something big, aren't you?" "No, you're thinking too much." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "You don't have to deny it. Everyone is thinking this way anyways," the thin man sneered. "That old guy keeps putting everything into his universe bag. Who here can't see what he's trying to do? After all of this is over, he'll probably give us nothing, or maybe he'll give us some petty profits just to shut us up. This is his 7 family alliances site after all. We simply don't have any say in the matter. They eat meat, I drink soup." Xianxia smiled. "I'm content with just that. You don't look like someone so easily satisfied." The thin man spat disdainfully, lowering his voice even further. "How about it? Any interest in teaming up with me?" "Teaming up, what for?" The thin man stared at Xianxia like he was staring at an idiot before saying, "There's no danger in this place. We just need to find a way to sneak off and search for treasure on our own. Why should we bother staying with them?" "Oh, not a bad idea." Xianxia's expression became bright, a look of interest appearing on his face. "Isn't it?" The thin man saw the look on Xianxia's face and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "If we really find anything good, we can split it between the two of us, 50-50. I'm a person who believes in being fair. Although your suggestion is tempting, I'd still rather follow the group. There's safety in numbers after all." Xianxia seemed to hesitate, slowly shaking his head. The thin man hurriedly comforted his worries, though, and continued his sales pitch. However, Xianxia wasn't buying, so the other side couldn't help but swear, "You dumbass. If you keep following them blindly, you'll suffer a big loss sooner or later." Xianxia was too lazy to care about him, though. At first glance, it was obvious this guy wasn't anything good. Him trying so hard to rope Xianxia in was clearly because the latter didn't have enough confidence to go it alone and wanted to find someone to help explore the way for him. When they really encountered any danger, it would be easier to deal with if there were 2 of them. But once they obtained something of value with his peak Immortal Ascension boundary strength, dealing with the young and weak Xianxia should be easy. Or at least the thin man thought so. "Since when did I become such an easy mark to prey upon?" Xianxia coldly snorted in his heart. "There's a few houses in front. Some of you go check them out." Hai Wanggu suddenly stopped and pointed towards a cluster of houses. Everyone nodded, and the team quickly dispatched a couple of people to search the houses. Xianxia also went this time, walking towards one of the houses on the right. There were a total of 5 people in Xianxia's group, and while 3 of them stayed outside and rummaged around, Xianxia stealthily used his divine sense to confirm there was nothing of worth outside before walking into one of the houses. But before he could enter the house, a shadow quickly appeared next to him, and the thin man who had just spoken to Xianxia entered 1 step ahead of him. Xianxia simply shook his head, didn't pay him any mind, and casually walked into the house. Most of the items inside had already been reduced to dust, but in a corner of one of the rooms there were a few jade bottles scattered on the ground. By the time Xianxia arrived, the thin man was already picking his way through the jade bottles, a look of helplessness on his face as he opened them at random. This type of jade bottle was incredibly common and was usually used to hold pills. However, since arriving in the ancient ruins, due to the long passage of time, nothing but useless dregs had been found in such bottles. However, all of a sudden, the thin man's expression changed greatly as a look of excitement flashed across his eyes. "Find something good?" Xianxia asked curiously. The thin man suddenly remembered that there was someone else inside with him and nodded towards Xianxia. "See for yourself." As he spoke, he handed over the jade bottle. Xianxia took it and looked inside, but upon seeing the pill at the bottom of the jade bottle, he too couldn't help feeling shocked. This pill was very different from an ordinary pill. There was a thick layer of mist gently billowing across its surface, like a dense cloud. This cloud was composed of pure world energy and formed a kind of translucent protective film that enveloped the entire pill. Although Xianxia didn't know how many years had passed since this pill had been refined, he instantly knew that its medicinal efficacies had not only not been lost, but had instead become significantly more intense. The aroma that wafted from this pill was incredibly rich and fresh. After only sniffing it slightly, Xianxia knew it was a saint-grade pill. However, the pill's grade was only a secondary concern. What was truly shocking was the cloud-like layer surrounding it. "Pill cloud!" Xianxia exclaimed. Xianxia could already be considered an excellent alchemist, and when he refined pills, a good number of them would form meridian-like patterns on their surface, commonly known as pill veins. Once pill veins appeared on any pill, its value would be multiplied several times over, and no matter how many years it was saved for, as long as it was preserved in reasonable conditions, its efficacy would never fade. Every outstanding alchemist pursued the refinement of pill veins, trying their best to allow pill veins to appear. Unfortunately, there was no effective way to ensure that every pill one refined would give birth to pill veins. In the end, the appearance of pill veins involved a lot of luck. Above pill veins was the legendary pill cloud. Pill veins would frequently appear when Xianxia performed alchemy, but until now he had never once produced a pill with a pill cloud. Today was actually the first time he had ever seen a pill with a pill cloud. According to legend, when a pill gave birth to a pill cloud, not only were the effects of the pill strengthened several times over, and its medicinal efficacies would never weaken, the pill cloud would automatically gather the surrounding world energy to nourish the pill. It could be said that the longer a pill with a pill cloud was stored, the greater its efficacy would become, and the higher its value will be. It was impossible to know how long the saint pill in the jade bottle had been stored here, but suffice it to say, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy and nourishing this pill for countless years. Such a pill could no longer be considered a mere saint pill. Its value now is simply incalculable. Especially for an alchemist like Xianxia, it had immense research value. If he was able to comprehend even a fraction of the mysteries of this pill cloud, Xianxia would also have a greater chance of one day refining a similar pill. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Xianxia's head, and his expression rapidly changed back and forth. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud seemed to exude a subtle attraction, drawing the surrounding world energy into the pill. Xianxia lifted his eyes from the pill reluctantly and stared at the thin man solemnly. The other party was also scrutinizing Xianxia, and the moment their eyes met once again, a green light flashed from the thin man's hand, and in the blink of an eye, the room was filled with a poisonous mist. "Heh, you dumb brat. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your own stupidity for being so naive." The thin man sneered as he watched Xianxia's figure become wrapped up in poisonous mist. As he spoke these words, the thin man's true chi surged as he summoned a dagger into his other hand and thrust it straight towards Xianxia's chest. In this instant, the thin man had brought out his full strength to kill Xianxia, a saint pill with a pill cloud that had been stored for several millennia. Such a treasure wasn't something just anyone could just simply take. Both Xianxia and the thin man were aware of this fact and had to act. As long as Xianxia could obtain this saint pill, this trip to the bottom of the sea could be considered a resounding success. There wouldn't even be a need to keep searching for other treasures and could simply leave right now. Shrouded in the green poisonous mist, the thin man wore a half-crazed expression. Clank! Xianxia didn't move, and as the dagger struck him, a spark erupted from his chest. But that was all. Even his skin wasn't broken as he stared back at the thin man coldly. The smile on the thin man's face quickly converged as his eyes filled with surprise, which soon turned to horror as his expression warped. He had not held anything back when he attacked, yet not only did he fail to kill Xianxia, his own hand had instead been bloodied from the recoil. When he stabbed Xianxia, it was as if he had been trying to stab a wall of steel. This strange youth's body was incomprehensibly hard. Idiot! Xianxia brushed his chest and smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes before turning his eyes to the thin man. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have had a reason to kill you. You brought this upon yourself, friend. Impossible, how did you? Even a transcendent shouldn't be able to resist the effects of my poison. How are you completely unaffected? The thin man trembled fiercely, a sense of fear and terror filling his heart. Nothing is impossible. Xianxia smiled lightly, his figure flickering just as the thin man was about to make a run for it, blocking the latter's path of retreat as he swiped his hand towards the other side's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged as his hands quickly tried to cover his neck, his voice failing to escape from his throat. After stumbling a few steps backwards, he fell to the ground dead. A peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator was no more difficult to kill than an ant for the current Xianxia. After the thin man died, Xianxia swiftly collected the remaining jade bottles, hurriedly opening them to see if there were no other pills with pill clouds before quickly moving towards the exit. What happened? What the hell happened? The three cultivators who had been rummaging around outside the house all rushed inside, almost colliding with the stumbling Xianxia, and hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Xianxia and the thin man had taken place out of sight, the sudden burst of true qi just now had not been missed by them, so they naturally had come to investigate. Run! A trap was triggered, Xianxia shouted, his face turning slightly blue. The three men glanced behind Xianxia quickly, and when they saw the green poisonous fog billowing towards them, they couldn't help feeling stunned. None of them dared stay any longer, all of them hurriedly running out with Xianxia following close behind. What happened inside? Hai Wanggu saw the four people run out in a hurry, each of them with a shaken look upon their face, and hurriedly asked. There was a seal inside one of the rooms, and when my friend was inspecting it, he accidentally set off some kind of trap. Xianxia quickly explained, his face now a slightly unhealthy shade of green. What happened to him? Hai Wanggu's expression changed greatly. He's dead. Dead. The group of cultivators suddenly became noisy. After arriving here, they had been treasuring hunting for more than half a day, yet had not once encountered any kind of danger. So many of them had thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, they couldn't help feeling slightly uneasy. How come you're all right? Hai Wanggu's eyes flashed as he stared towards Xianxia questioningly. I was farther away from the trap when it went off, but it seems I was still poisoned. Xianxia coughed, the shade of green on his face quickly growing darker as he did so. As soon as everyone heard him say so, they hurriedly backed away, most of them showing fearful looks as if they were afraid being near Xianxia would also implicate them. Xianxia observed all this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A moment ago the thin man had released a cloud of poisonous mist, probably thinking it was a good strategy. When someone outside asked what happened, he would just give the same explanation Xianxia currently was. So Xianxia just borrowed the thin man's plan to explain his cause of death. The house was still filled with poisonous mist, so no one would go in to investigate it carefully. Xianxia even deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous mist to make his story more convincing. There was a trap set up inside, Hai Wanggu muttered, suddenly turning a suspicious look towards Xianxia. What did you find inside that house? Only these jade bottles. I quickly grabbed them before running out, Xianxia said, quickly handing over the jade bottles to Hai Wanggu. Everyone showed a disappointed look upon seeing this. They had already found too many jade bottles throughout the ruins, but none of them ever had any useful pills inside. Hai Wanggu's expression was also not very good as he glared towards Xianxia distrustfully. They hadn't encountered any seals of barriers so far, yet now they had suddenly come across one, which seemed to indicate that there must be something particularly valuable inside. Otherwise, why would the original owner of the house bother setting up such a trap? You aren't hiding something, are you? Hai Wanggu stared at Xianxia and interrogated. Xianxia's face immediately wore a dumbfounded expression. I don't have a universe bag. Where would I hide something? Hai Wanggu's divine sense swept Yang Kai and confirmed that there was nothing else on him before nodding lightly. Although the universe bag was a convenient storage artifact, it was not something everyone in Tongxian realm could possess. Back when he was in Bold Independent Union, of the people that Yang Kai met, only the captains of Bold Independent Union's teams possessed their own universe bags. For this time's exploration, most of the foreign cultivators didn't possess any kind of storage artifact. Doesn't Senior trust me? Yang Kai stared up at Hai Wanggu blankly. Hai Wanggu hurriedly explained, just a routine inquiry. Little brother need not pay it any mind. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, and instead helplessly opened the jade bottles. Originally, he had not expected to find anything in these jade bottles, but upon inspecting their contents, Hai Wanggu couldn't help widening his eyes, seemingly having discovered something impossible. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wanggu was amazed, pouring the contents of the jade bottle onto his palm. More than a dozen round objects came out, most of which were mere scraps, but mixed in with these dregs were two distinctly different pills. These two pills had pill veins, and as a result, had not suffered any degradation even after so many years had passed. Spirit-grade pills. Hai Wanggu called out excitedly. Everyone else in the group also wore excited expressions as they stared towards Hai Wanggu's palm, a touch of envy flashing across their eyes. These two pills were not just spirit-grade pills, but pills that had given birth to pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, indifferently observing the expressions of the crowd. He had also checked these jade bottles and knew what was inside, but he intentionally didn't take them away. For him, these pill vein pills were of little value. He could refine any number of them himself. Only the Saint pill with a pill cloud was worth him striving for. By throwing these jade bottles to the crowd, he had successfully attracted everyone's attention away from himself. Hai Wanggu quickly opened the other jade bottles and sure enough was not disappointed, finding several other pills with pill veins. There were various spirit-grade and mysterious-grade pills, all of which were perfectly preserved. There really were some good things in that house. Hai Wanggu kept nodding and laughing. Their seven-family alliance was a small force and couldn't afford to hire any powerful alchemists, so they naturally couldn't obtain pills with pill veins easily. Suddenly acquiring several spirit-grade pills with pill veins had made him quite satisfied. If you find any jade bottles later, you can't turn a blind eye to them. There may be other such pills inside them. Hai Wanggu swiftly stored these gains away before calling out to everyone in his group. Everyone nodded in response. None of them had considered this aspect before and only now remembered about the legendary pill veins. Little brother has contributed a great merit. One of the foreign cultivators patted Yang Kai's shoulder intimately and applauded. No one bothered mentioning the thin man who had died. Everyone had only just met each other, so even if one of them had died a miserable death, no one was going to shed any tears for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his face showing a pained expression as he murmured, "It's a pity that my friend who went inside with me didn't come out." Hai Wanggu turned to look at him, and although he didn't actually think so in his heart, still opened his mouth to say, "Little brother can rest assured, after going back, we'll make sure there's something in it for your friend. If we can find any of his friends or relatives, this Hai will definitely send some of this time's benefits to them. For now though, let's set this matter aside. Here, take this detoxification pill. It was personally refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist. It should help stabilize your condition." Having obtained some unexpected gains, Hai Wanggu no longer doubted Yang Kai's story, and instead showed the minimal amount of concern necessary to maintain a good public image, handing over a pill to the latter. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took it. He inspected it slightly to determine it really was just a detoxification pill, and that nothing sinister had been added to it before throwing it directly into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged as if he was circulating a healing art and said, "All of you can go on ahead. Don't let me hold you back. I'll catch up soon." With his current strength, Yang Kai really didn't need to put the people who had come to explore these ancient ruins in his eye. With his soul-devouring insects in hand, anyone below the Saint realm was not his opponent. However, because it was useful to have more people to explore the ancient ruins situation, Xianxia had kept himself hidden and simply followed the crowd. Now that he had a decent idea of this place's dangers, Xianxia intended to leave the group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute aura and wanted to check it out as soon as possible. And now, his opportunity had come. Xianxia felt that Hai Wanggu wouldn't care about the life or death of an insignificant character like him. However, to his disappointment, Hai Wanggu actually shook his head firmly and said, No, how could we just abandon you here alone? It seemed like because Xianxia had contributed a significant merit, Hai Wanggu wanted to make a good impression to the crowd by showing some concern, quickly signaling to a nearby Hai family cultivator. Fourth brother, you stay here and take care of him. After his condition stabilizes, catch up with us. The cultivator who was called out to quickly nodded and then stood next to Xianxia, assuming a protective posture. Xianxia could only smile and nod. Many thanks for senior's good intentions. Hai Wanggu gently nodded. Good. You heal up as soon as possible, and then join the rest of us with fourth brother. We'll be waiting for you two up ahead. Saying so, Hai Wanggu turned around and led the others off. Xianxia was helpless and could only pretend to circulate a healing art as the Hai family's fourth brother stood like a wooden stake a few meters away from him. After half an hour or so, Xianxia stood up again. How are you? Fourth brother bluntly asked. Moving about shouldn't be a problem. Then let's go, fourth brother quickly said, his face showing some slight signs of annoyance. And so the two of them rushed forward, following the path Hai Wanggu's left behind, and after about as long as it would take to burn a stick of incense, they caught up. However, when Xianxia saw the situation of the team, he couldn't help feeling surprised. There were originally about 20 people in this small exploration group, but right now, there were actually only 13, and each of their expressions was somewhat grave. During the short time Xianxia was healing, this team had obviously suffered from unexpected dangers. As for the 7 or people who were missing, it was obvious what their fate was. I must be more careful. This ancient ruin is a sitting death trap. When he saw Xianxia and the cultivator called fourth brother return, Hai Wanggu simply nodded to them with a slightly ugly expression, not saying anything more. What happened just now? The one called fourth brother walked over to another Hai family cultivator and asked. The latter, with a touch of fear still lingering on his face, whispered back. There seems to be a lot of barriers and traps around this area, one of which was accidentally triggered, causing several of our group to die instantly. Fourth brother paled and didn't dare ask any more. As they were speaking, a loud cry rang out from the distance. Hai Wanggu, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in the direction it originated, muttering under his breath, "The Chung family's signal?" Saying so, he hurriedly stood up and waved. "Everyone come with me. It seems someone has made some kind of discovery." After a few minutes of hurrying along, Hai Wanggu and his team came across a large group of people that had apparently gathered here upon hearing the previous signal. And under the leadership of the 7 Family Alliance's master, more groups were constantly appearing. After they arrived here and saw the scene in front of them, everyone wore a shocked and excited expression. Before everyone's eyes was a large transparent ball of light which was constantly emitting a powerful energy fluctuation. It was impossible from this distance to tell what kind of material this ball of light was comprised of, but from the intensity of the energy it gave off, it was clearly a powerful artifact. What's more, it was still completely intact. However, there was an invisible barrier blocking everyone's way, so all the cultivators who were nearly salivating at the sight of the light sphere could only stare greedily at it. One cultivator after another tried to approach the artifact, but all of them were pushed back without exception. None of them even able to step within arm's reach of the light sphere. When Hai Wanggu led Xianxia and the others over, the scene was already incredibly lively, with at least several dozen people gathered around. Upon seeing the light sphere, Xianxia also became interested and secretly raised his alertness. A familiar aura suddenly emerged from the crowd, and upon sensing it, Xianxia couldn't help rolling his eyes. The origin of this aura was none other than the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess, who was currently pursing her lips and staring towards him strangely. Xianxia quickly put his vision aside and pretended to not see her. Not having suffered any harm along this dangerous path, Xianxia noted that she had some skill. She still had a carefree expression upon her face, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation, apparently quite happy at the moment. It seemed that this adventure to the bottom of the sea had allowed her to experience a kind of enjoyment she had never felt before. This silly girl, Xianxia silently thought to himself. Brother Chang, what's going on here? Hai Wanggu stepped forward and asked another second-order transcendent old man. The loud signal just now had been sent out by this person. The Seven Family Alliance had long resided on the nearby island chain and had developed some special methods to contact one another. So Hai Wanggu knew exactly who was calling for help the moment he had heard the previous shrill alarm. There were a lot of people gathered around who had the same questions as Hai Wanggu, and all the other transcendents nearby Old Man Chang were repeatedly raising their voices. Hold on for a moment. When everyone has gathered, I'll explain. Old Man Chang spoke. The crowd hesitated a moment before nodding, settling down and waiting. Time passed by quickly and more teams arrived one after another. Apparently, all the groups who had been exploring nearby had heard the signal and were converging here. As more and more teams gathered, the group quickly swelled to over 100 in number. After waiting for a while and seeing no one else arriving, Old Man Chang finally spoke. Good. It seems no one else will be coming. Brother Chang, can you explain what's going on now? Why did you suddenly call all of us here? Of course. It's for that artifact. Old Man Chang smiled and pointed towards the light sphere not far away. This artifact's power cannot be measured, and its function is also completely unknown. When my team first arrived here, we discovered that there was an invisible barrier preventing anyone from approaching it. About this, all of you must have already clearly seen. With just the strength of my Chung family's team, we are unable to break this barrier though. So I decided to ask everyone nearby to assist us. Hai Wanggu's brow wrinkled before smiling wryly. Brother Chang, there is no problem with us working together, but there is only one artifact after we break this barrier. Who gets to keep the artifact? Everything is open for discussion. Old Man Chang did not respond directly and instead pointed back to the light sphere. Behind this light sphere is a grand palace, if my guess is correct. This place should be of significant importance to the ancient sect which once stood here. Otherwise, an artifact of this grade would not have been placed here. As long as we break the barrier in front of us, there will definitely be gains for all of us. Who knows? Perhaps there will be even better and more powerful artifacts stored deeper inside. All of that is just your speculations. Hai Wanggu frowned. But there is definitely value in trying. Some people agreed with Old Man Chang. The many masters gathered quickly entered into discussions and soon reached a consensus. Hai Wanggu had raised some doubts just now, but it was undeniable that the attraction of this artifact was quite big. After reaching an agreement, everyone quickly made preparations. Each of the transcendents here was leading a team of between 10 to 20 cultivators. Hai Wanggu returned to Xianxia and the others with the resolution the Seven Family Alliance Masters had come to just now. Everyone needs to contribute their strength to see if we can break this barrier. If we can break it, not only can we harvest that mysterious light sphere artifact, but we will also be able to search the palace behind it. There will definitely be many benefits inside, so each of you must not hold back. Rest assured, Old Hai. We'll do our best to live up to your expectations. Someone immediately shouted out excitedly. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, everyone had been arranged into their positions. More than 100 people stood not far from the invisible barrier, each of them holding their breath, secretly preparing. Old Man Chang stepped forward and called out, Everyone must act according to my commands. This defense barrier is somewhat strange. It seems that unless we use all our strength to instantly break it open, it will simply recover and we will have to start all over again. Everyone nodded. Old Man Chang swept his eyes over the crowd once before slowly raising his hand, his expression solemn. Everyone gathered around all began to condense their true chi, preparing to attack. A moment later, Old Man Chang lowered his hand towards the barrier. As soon as he waved his hand, A barrage of powerful martial skills and artifact attacks flew towards the barrier. Hong long long, the entire ancient ruin shook. There were only a few transcendents among the cultivators gathered here, less than 10 in total, while the rest were all at least Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. However, with so many powerful attacks being launched at once, the power that erupted was quite substantial and literally shook the earth around them. Countless attacks landed on the invisible barrier simultaneously, creating a myriad of ripples on its surface, like 1,000 stones had been tossed all at once into a calm lake. The invisible barrier seemed to be extremely flexible thought, so even after being struck by so many attacks, although it distorted quite fiercely, it did not break. After everything calmed down again, expression became dignified. The wave of attacks just now obviously was not enough to break this mysterious barrier. Old Man Chang clapped lightly to gather everyone's attention before shouting, "One more time. Please don't hold back. It is to everyone's advantage to break this barrier. None of you want to waste time here, right?" He saw that though the previous attack was indeed powerful, most of the cultivators gathered here had not really used their full strength. Obviously, these people had underestimated the strength of this barrier. Hearing Old Man Cheng's words, the cultivators that had held back just now didn't dare repeat their mistake in hopes of getting lucky and prepared to give their all in the next strike. After waiting for everyone to prepare again, Old Man Cheng once more raised his hand before sweeping his eyes across the crowd pointedly. Everyone he stared at fully condensing their true chi in response. After giving everyone ample time to prepare, Old Man Cheng swung his hand down again. A thunderous sound rang out as the violent energy of countless attacks bombarded the mysterious barrier. In order to break this barrier and enter the palace behind it, everyone had done their utmost this time, not concealing their strength. Even Yang Kai used some of his true ability. If this barrier was in good condition, it would have been impossible for this ragtag group to break open. But these ancient ruins had been around for too long and all the barriers here had weakened significantly. Such was the case with the barrier in front of them as well. As this second wave of attacks landed, the invisible barrier distorted greatly and this time seemed to have reached its limits. Many ting cracks appeared mid-air and soon began to spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the entire barrier was covered in fissures. Everyone held their breath, their entire attention focused on the barrier, their eyes filled with expectation. A crackling sound, like a piece of glass being shattered, rang out, and the invisible barrier suddenly broke open. The moment the barrier was broken, all the cultivators on the scene seemed to come alive, and before the transcendent realm masters could even issue any orders, everyone had used their movement skills and rushed forward. At the same time, the foreign transcendents and the masters from the Seven Family Alliance all stared towards the light sphere greedily, each of them instantly sticking their hands out towards it, wanting to snatch it up before anyone else could. In an instant, the group of people who had just been working together suddenly turned on one another and began a violent struggle. True chi surged up as everyone pushed and shoved everyone else, afraid of falling behind. Yang Kai didn't move, simply standing in place while coldly observing the situation. The saintess from Nine Heavens' Holy Land also stood in place. In addition, a number of more cautious cultivators stood back and watched. Perhaps they were aware that their strength wasn't sufficient and they had no chance to obtain the mysterious light sphere artifact. Or perhaps they instinctively thought that there would be other dangers lurking about this place. Either way, none of them dared to act rashly and instead allowed the more eager members here to explore the situation first. Sure enough, before anyone could actually even reach the light sphere, a burst of white light containing a mysterious energy wave spread out from it as fast as lightning. The expressions of the cultivators rushing forward all changed dramatically as they were completely caught off guard by this light pulse. Before anyone could react, they were struck head-on by the light pulse and instantly wrapped up in a stark white glow. In the blink of an eye, those who had been struck went stiff, their eyes bulging before they fell to the ground, unable to mount even the slightest bit of resistance. Seeing this, Yang Kai also paled and retreated without the slightest hesitation. The moment the light halo pulse swept past the now unconscious cultivators, Yang Kai had felt like something had been drawn out of them and was absorbed by the nearby light sphere. However, even with Yang Kai's current speed, he still couldn't escape from the ever-expanding light pulse, and before he could go far he had already been shrouded by it. His soul shook and the inside of his knowledge sea stirred. In that instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by a mountain and that his soul was being pulled from his body. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly steadied himself and tried to stabilize his trembling soul. As he did so, he swept his eyes over the surrounding and, to his surprise, noticed that none of the cultivators who had not participated in the earlier struggle had managed to escape. All of them had fallen to the ground, including Hai Wanggu. Even the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess had fallen to her knees. However, she was still putting up some stubborn resistance, and before she completely collapsed, she shot a glance over towards Yang Kai, her lips trembling slightly, trying to say something yet failing to vocalize the words. Help! Yang Kai's mind filled in those missing words. But how could Yang Kai pay her any mind? Right now, he was having difficulty just trying to keep himself upright. After being covered by that strange light pulse, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had been caught by a big, invisible hand that was trying to extract his consciousness. Facing this kind of crisis, Yang Kai didn't have time to contemplate what kind of mysterious heritage this artifact represented, instead quickly immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea. There, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation, but even then, he wasn't able to avoid his fate. After less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai collapsed, his soul leaving his knowledge sea and entering into a world filled with white. Staring around, Yang Kai saw many figures in front of him, each of them wearing fearful and uneasy expressions, shocked by what had just happened to them and desperately looking around, trying to understand their current situation. All of these figures were the soul avatars of the cultivators who had been gathered outside. More than 100 of them in total. Hey! Hearing a shout from the side, Yang Kai vigilantly turned around and found the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess beckoning to him from a somewhat remote corner of the space. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow, and only after several urgings did he walk over to her. She too was now just a soul avatar and seemed somewhat illusory. Without access to her physical body and true chi, she had also reverted to her original appearance. Do you know where this is? The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess looked around while quietly inquiring. How would I know that? Yang Kai frowned, and although he had some guesses in his heart, he truly wasn't sure. I saw how you resisted. Whatever this is, you managed to resist longer than anyone else. Is your real cultivation actually much higher than Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage? The Saintess frowned, looking Yang Kai over, her eyes suddenly flashing with fright. Ah, how come your soul avatar? As she got closer to Yang Kai, she felt a scorching hot aura radiating from his avatar. Yang Kai shot her a cold glance. The Saintess smiled back at him. Don't worry, I don't have a habit of leaking others' secrets. Do you cultivate some kind of special soul skill? Yang Kai nodded lightly, not bothering to explain any further. Ordinarily, he could easily hide the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea. Even if he used his divine sense to attack someone, he could still conceal it so long as he didn't add any fire attribute spiritual energy. However, in his soul avatar form, separated from his knowledge sea, some trace signs would inevitably appear. As the two spoke, Yang Kai took the opportunity to scrutinize the Saintess in front of him, feeling slightly shocked at what he discovered. This Saintess had a mysterious power that allowed her to conceal everything about her from Yang Kai's divine sense in the physical world. So before now Yang Kai had no idea about her true strength. But now that two were only soul avatars, Yang Kai could see through her cultivation at a glance. First Order Transcendent. Her age was similar to his own, yet she had already reached such a realm. 9 Heavens Holy Land was truly a force to be reckoned with. I think we'll be safer if we both take care of each other here. What do you say? The Saintess suddenly suggested. When she first started this little escapade of hers, she had been together with a large group of people, so she thought, even if she dove to the bottom of the sea, she wouldn't be in any great danger. However, along the way, after witnessing various unexpected events, she realized that this ancient ruin was not someplace she could casually stroll about. Now that even her soul had been pulled out of her body and trapped in this strange space, She naturally wanted to find someone she could depend on for some security. I don't want to drag along an unnecessary burden. Xianxia glanced at her and slowly shook his head. The saintess curled her lips defiantly and retorted, "You're quite the arrogant one. You haven't even seen me take action yet, so how can you say for certain I'll be a burden to you? When the time comes, perhaps you'll be the one who needs to depend on me. Then why don't you let me experience your methods?" Xianxia smiled lightly, his expression still indifferent. "After I see them, I'll consider whether I want to cooperate with you." The saintess' pretty face darkened noticeably, snorting coldly as she turned away, apparently not willing to talk to Xianxia anymore. From childhood until now, although she had not had much contact with males of her generation, she had never thought that there were actually people as hateful and arrogant as Xianxia. It was as if he thought he was the world's fiercest person and everyone else wasn't even worth looking at. He was really a repugnant fellow. As the two of them argued, the Seven Family Alliance and foreign cultivators all gathered together and began discussing the current situation. "Look at that!" Suddenly, an exclamation came out, and everyone who heard it looked towards the direction the man who had called out was pointing. High up in the sky, a few golden characters emerged from the white void, giving off a dazzling radiance. "Soul Battle Hall." Each of the words was written in a vigorous and powerful style, revealing an indescribable charm. These words were not portrayed through ordinary means and were instead written by a profound master's spiritual energy. Even after countless years, the deep majesty that was revealed from these three words had not faded, startling all who saw them. Everyone quickly looked away, as if they were afraid if they stared too long their souls would be destroyed. Soul Battle Hall? Should we interpret these words to mean this is a place where one fights with their divine sense? So, that light sphere was a soul-type artifact? Were all of our soul avatars pulled into this place so we could fight one another? Everyone began chattering, quickly discovering some clues about their current situation, coming to conclusions similar to the ones Xianxia had thought of. Hai Wanggu waved his hand and gestured to everyone, calling out loudly, "If this is really the interior of that artifact, and our souls were forcefully pulled into this space, if we want to leave, we must first find an exit. None of us can just sit back and wait. Everyone should start exploring this place to uncover its mysteries." Hearing his words, everyone quickly took the initiative to split up. This white space was truly a void, and seemed to go on forever in all directions. However, everyone quickly discovered that something was odd. No matter how far someone walked, they couldn't go more than a few kilometers before they found themselves back where they started. After exploring around for some time yet not discovering anything suspicious or even remotely worth their attention, everyone began to feel somewhat disheartened. The Seven Family Alliance's transcendent realm masters were also participating in this search, extending their powerful divine senses in all direction. But no matter how they probed this white space, they could not discover anything. It was like this space was a completely sealed prison with no way out. "Did you find anything?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess suddenly came over to Xianxia and asked, as if she had already completely forgotten the unpleasantness of their previous conversation. In this white void, everyone was like headless flies. So the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had once again come over to talk to the only person she knew, Xianxia. Xianxia slowly shook his head before suddenly turning to look at her and chuckling. "What are you laughing at?" The saintess frowned. "I suddenly found that you're quite hateful. Then why do you keep trying to talk to me? I don't know anyone else here, and if they were to recognize me as a saintess..." Since she came here, she had been hiding her identity, not daring to show her true face to anyone here. After all, the masters of the Seven Family Alliance had all come to welcome her when she first appeared in this island chain and would definitely remember her appearance. As a saintess, she had been held up as a symbol of nobility and purity. If today's matter were to be spread out, not only would it damage her reputation as a saintess, but even the majesty of Nine Heavens Holy Land would be tarnished. Therefore, she was quite worried someone would recognize her, and even if she didn't have a particularly good opinion of Xianxia, he was really the only one she could consult with. "We probably can't exit this place." Xianxia continued to shake his head as he let out a sigh. "We can't." The saintess' beautiful face paled slightly. Could it be we'll be trapped in here for the rest of our lives? Most likely. Xianxia nodded sternly. Don't frighten me. I still haven't found the next holy master yet. The saintess really began panicking. Through their few brief contacts, Xianxia had realized that this silly girl was relatively naive and didn't understand the cruel and sinister nature of the world. It was probably a result of her status and upbringing. She was the exact opposite of Xianxia, who from very young had become accustomed to trials and tribulation and could now face situations like this with a kind of calm indifference. I heard that the holy masters of your 9 heavens holy land are all found outside your borders by you saintesses. Do you all have some special method of choosing who becomes your holy master? Xianxia suddenly asked curiously. Why would you ask that now? Naturally, I have my methods. The saintess suddenly becomes somewhat vigilant. This is something only we 9 heavens holy land saintesses can achieve. Even if you ask me, I won't tell you anything. I was just curious. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. The saintess secretly breathed a sigh of relief, apparently quite worried that Xianxia would continue to inquire about the secrets of the Holy Land. Nonetheless, she took the initiative to slightly distance herself from him. Time passed and the more than 100 cultivators continued to constantly search their strange environment. But none of them was able to uncover anything. Gradually, anxiety, panic, and uneasiness began to set in, and the cultivators became increasingly agitated as they wandered aimlessly around the white space. The masters from the 7 Family Alliance also had ugly expressions. They were well aware of the seriousness of the problem. The light sphere everyone had been seeking had actually forcibly pulled all their souls into this inexplicable space which seemed to have no way out. That meant their fate was die in this place. Those who were present had cultivations of at least the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. Although their souls being separated from their bodies wouldn't be a problem for a short time, once a certain period had passed, without any care, their physical bodies would wither and die. Once their physical bodies perished, their souls would become rootless wood, and if they couldn't find an appropriate vessel to inhabit, they would soon disappear. Panic and fear of this eventuality began to subtly spread throughout the crowd. Xianxia stood back and observed. Having felt the rising tension, he had quietly slipped out of the crowd and put some distance between him and everyone else, raising his vigilance as he did so. The 9 heavens holy land saintess also noticed the strange atmosphere and attached herself to Xianxia. Wherever he went, she would follow, keeping a not too close yet not too far distance from him. Xianxia paid her actions no mind and simply allowed her to do as she pleased. After an unknown period of time, everyone had finally given up exploring their surroundings because there was simply nothing to find. Everyone sat down where they were to take a break, though their dark and gloomy expression said otherwise. Suddenly, a quarrel broke out. It seemed like 2 cultivators had gotten into an argument and things had begun to escalate. They began shouting and cursing one another, their voices growing louder very quickly. This verbal spat was like a spark in a dry field, igniting the irritability of everyone around. Old bastard, if you hadn't insisted on breaking that damn barrier, none of us would have fallen into this mess. Now that we've all been trapped in here, how are you going to compensate us for this? Someone suddenly shouted towards Old Man Chung. With this man taking the lead, many other foreign cultivators began levying condemnations, all of them believing that this disaster was all Old Man Cheng's responsibility. There were even many people from the 7 Family Alliance who were giving Old Man Cheng unfriendly looks. Old Man Cheng's expression became grim as he sneered audibly. Aren't all of you being a bit unreasonable? Although it's true I summoned all of you here, before breaking the barrier, none of you raised any objections or were forced to accompany us. Didn't you all want to search the palace behind the barrier for treasure? Yet now that this has happened, you want to push all the blame onto this old Cheng's head? No matter what, it was you who caused all of this. If you can't find a way out of this place, you must pay with your life. That's right. You Chung family bastards are responsible for this mess. So you have to clean it up. Otherwise we'll make you pay the price. The 7 Family Alliance has this responsibility. Since we're all going to die anyways, we'll make sure you suffer for this first. Everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation and were now openly denouncing the Seven Family Alliance, putting on an aggressive stance as if a fight would break out at any moment. Seeing the tide turn against him, Hai Wanggu's face became sullen. Before coming here, this old master had said that benefits and risks coexist and that whether you live or die is your responsibility. All of you knew this yet still chose to come. My Seven Family Alliance has no obligation to protect your safety. What do your lives have to do with me? These words, at this time when emotions were running high, did not calm the crowd and instead inflamed the situation. Hai Wanggu shirking all responsibility at this point only made him appear even less sympathetic. However, this was exactly what the sly old man Cheng wanted. Soon wearing a smile and turning to the first cultivator who had yelled at him and coldly declaring, "Wanting me dead with such meager skill? Foolishness." As he spoke, a sharp blade of spiritual energy shot out from Old Man Cheng's soul avatar and instantly slashed into the foreign cultivator's figure. A scream rang out and the cultivator didn't even have a chance to fight back before his soul avatar directly broke up. This man was only an immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. Against the second-order transcendent Old Man Cheng, how could he possibly resist? The crowd suddenly went silent, and the rioters from before all trembled in fear as they stared towards the spot where the previous cultivator had disappeared. None of them had expected Old Man Cheng to act so ruthlessly, suddenly killing someone without any prior warning. But soon, the people standing nearby where the unlucky cultivator had died wore strange expressions, their faces showing a look of unexpected happiness, as if they had just tasted the finest wine, the aura of their soul avatars even becoming slightly stronger. Hai Wanggu raised his brow as he stared at this scene fixedly. At the same time, all the transcendents present seemed to notice something surprising. The soul avatar of the dead cultivator had broken up and transformed into strands of spiritual energy, which had then been absorbed by the several nearby cultivators. Because they had absorbed the spiritual energy from the deceased cultivator, their own souls had grown visibly stronger. Xianxia also saw this scene, and his mouth couldn't help curling into a strange smile, quietly muttering under his breath. "It seems things are about to get interesting. What's going on?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess asked nervously. She was just following Xianxia around at this point and hadn't seen much of the scene just now, so Xianxia suddenly making such a comment was a bit incomprehensible to her. "It seems most people here are going to die." Xianxia smiled menacingly. Even as he spoke these words, the Seven Family Alliance's transcendents quickly exchanged a glance and instantly understood what each of them was thinking. An average cultivator found it many times more difficult to cultivate their spiritual energy than their physique or true qi. If they didn't possess a high-grade soul-type secret art, they could only use pills to slowly nourish their souls. Such a process took many years to yield results though. However, in this strange space, there seemed to be some inexplicable law that allowed the residual spiritual energy of any soul avatar that was destroyed to be swallowed up by others. This was extremely tempting for anyone. However, this situation was also accompanied by risks. When another's soul collapsed and scattered, the remnants would contain fragmented memories and experiences from that cultivator's life. If one absorbed too many of these fragmented thoughts, their own personality and memory would likely be affected. In the most serious of cases, one might lose their sense of identity altogether or even go completely insane. Xianxia had devoured the soul remnants of many other cultivators before, but only after using his demon eye of annihilation to purge these impurities from them, leaving behind only the pure spiritual energy and sentiment. If not for this, he would already have become a madman. The benefits to his overall spiritual energy density were much smaller than directly swallowing these remnants, but the enlightenments about the heavenly way and martial Tao could be completely preserved in this manner, something Xianxia needed far more than simply improving his cultivation. But everyone else present obviously didn't have so many reservations. They had never seen a secret art that allowed a cultivator to directly devour the spiritual energy of others. Even if there was one, it would be far too rare and precious for them to ever get their hands on. After seeing the people around the dead cultivator receive such benefits, the Seven Family Alliance's masters were inevitably tempted. Glancing around at each other, they all quickly wore fierce grins. The spiritual energy of many transcendents suddenly erupted without any warning, and since they didn't possess their flesh and blood bodies here and couldn't use any of their respective martial skills or artifacts, the only thing anyone here could use to attack another was soul skills. Various soul skills landed upon the crowd, and before the many foreign cultivators had a chance to respond, more than a dozen of them were instantly killed, their soul avatars breaking apart. The masters from the Seven Family Alliance rushed over to where these cultivators had died and madly devoured the spiritual energy which had been left behind. Whether it was Old Man Chang or Hai Wanggu, their old wrinkled faces were filled with exhilaration and excitement. In that moment, they felt themselves becoming stronger, absorbing the spiritual energy remnants of these dead cultivators' souls, had saved them 1 or 2 years of cultivation. They didn't care one bit about these foreign cultivators' lives and instead were eager to have all of them die. This way, not only could they strengthen their souls, all the treasures obtained in the ancient ruins would belong to them. Facing such temptation, naturally, they had no qualms about slaughtering everyone. In this white world, the conditions and temptations present had awakened the darkest impulses in the hearts of all the Seven Family Alliance's masters. These people did not even hesitate to kill their way through dozens of people. After feeling the benefits of this wanton slaughter, these masters only became more eager. The foreign cultivators were briefly taken aback but soon reacted, some of them roaring angrily. "I have long seen through your greedy intentions. Brothers, fight with them." In an instant, the soul avatars of more than 100 people were divided into 2 large camps. The Seven Family Alliance was one party while the other was comprised of all the foreign cultivator. In this soul battle hall, a desperate struggle began. Without artifacts, martial skills, or even flesh and blood, the only thing everyone could rely on was their own soul strength and any soul skills they may have cultivated. The cultivators of the 2 camps collided, and soul avatars from both sides continuously collapsed, breaking up into strands of spiritual energy that were absorbed by others nearby. After consuming the soul remnants of others, these cultivators become even more irritable and murderous, seemingly wanting to kill everyone in front of them in order to obtain the most benefits. It soon became apparent that the Seven Family Alliances was the stronger of the 2 camps. After all, each family had 1 or 2 transcendents here, easily allowing them to reap the lives of the disordered foreign cultivators. However, among the foreigners there were also several transcendents, who soon rallied together and were able to hit back, inflicting considerable damage to the Seven Family Alliance. Everyone's eyes had gone red and screams of insanity and fear constantly filled the air. The cruelty and madness of this scene dumbfounded the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess, her tender body trembling in terror as she watched this bloody melee play out. Even when someone began approaching her, she failed to take notice of them. Xianxia's brow wrinkled but decided to sit on the sidelines, interested to see just what kind of skill this young woman possessed. Finally feeling the approaching crisis, the saintess woke from her daze and a destructive wave of spiritual energy instinctually pulsed from her avatar, flinging the nearby cultivator far away. Coming to her senses and glancing around at the soul remnants that were seemingly scattered all around the world, the saintess frowned deeply and, unlike everyone else, chose not to absorb them, instead moving away as quickly as possible, a look of disgust filling her pretty face. Xianxia nodded secretly, feeling that this woman had decent skill and sense. She instantly understood that these benefits came at too high a cost. As if sensing Xianxia was observing her, the saintess glanced over at him, a trace of vigilance flashing across her eyes. She didn't know if Xianxia would act like everyone else here and suddenly try to attack her. If he did, she wasn't sure she could resist. From Xianxia, she felt a vague sense of pressure, and the burning aura coming off his avatar made her particularly uneasy. Xianxia no longer paid any attention to her and instead redirected his attention to the melee, an indifferent look upon his face. The battle had become lopsided. Under the coordinated attack of the Seven Family Alliance Masters, the foreign cultivators, who were essentially loose sand, had no choice but to cooperate with each other to fight back. Although this achieved some results in the beginning, in the face of an absolute gap in power, they were quickly being defeated. After the foreign transcendents were killed, the remaining Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator became helpless. Many who were fighting violently only moments ago were now begging for mercy, but the masters of the Seven Family Alliance ignored them and continued reaping their souls in order to gain more benefits. Gradually, only a dozen or so people remained, all of them transcendent realm masters from the Seven Family Alliance. It seems that, because they swallowed excessive amounts of remnant souls, side effects were finally beginning to break out. Each of these masters appeared on edge, their soul avatars giving off a somewhat chaotic aura. After only a brief pause, the survivors of the previous carnage began to fight again. What should we do? As Xianxia was watching, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess came over to him for the third time, her face filled with anxiety and helplessness, causing Xianxia to chuckle slightly. What do you mean, what should we do? Xianxia asked back, what should we do if they suddenly attack us? The Saintess was clearly frightened. Although she was a first-order transcendent, there were still so many masters left from the Seven Family Alliance. Once they began targeting her, she wouldn't be able to resist. So even though she was still somewhat wary of Xianxia, she decided to approach him in an attempt to tie their fates together. You deal with your problems. I'll deal with mine. Xianxia shooed her away, keenly aware of her intentions. Aren't you afraid you'll die here? This is a blessing, not a curse. And even if it is a curse, it couldn't be avoided. What use is there in being afraid? Xianxia sneered, his complete indifference to everything dumbfounding the Saintess once again. As she was staring at him, though, Xianxia also began looking her over. What do you want to do? The Saintess immediately became alert. Xianxia's unrestrained gaze gave her chills, and she quickly said, Don't forget, I rescued you once before. You should show a little gratitude. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders in response. Rest assured, I don't have any intentions towards you. There's no need for you to be nervous. The Saintess wore a somewhat distressed look upon her face, staring straight into Xianxia's eyes, as if trying to see through his thoughts, her expression relaxing a moment later. She could feel that Xianxia really bore no malicious will towards her, but as for his true thoughts, she had no idea, causing her to feel slightly uneasy. If she had known this little adventure of hers would be so dangerous, she wouldn't have fooled her guards and snuck off to dive to the bottom of the sea. The Saintess desperately wanted to cry but was unable to shed any tears. Xianxia no longer cared about her and instead focused his divine sense on the battle occurring a short distance away. The Seven Family Alliance's dozen masters were all familiar with each other, so the fight between them was quite heated. On top of that, under the influence of the soul remnants they had swallowed, these dozen or so masters had basically lost their ability to reason and were only interested in slaughtering one another. After an hour or so, the outcome of this war was decided. Of the dozen or so masters who had fought, almost all of them had died, only two of them survived. One of them was the Hai family's Hai Wanggu, and the other was Old Man Chang, who had gathered everyone here in the first place. Both of these two were second-order transcendents, so in this battle they undoubtedly had the greatest advantage in terms of strength. However, after such a fight, their soul avatars had become somewhat weak. After battling each other for a while, they apparently could no longer persist and both sat down to recover their stamina and a little of their sanity. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess immediately motioned to Xianxia, apparently encouraging him to take this opportunity to attack and kill these two old guys. However, Xianxia kept shaking his head, indicating that he didn't have the courage or strength to do so, causing the Saintess no small amount of frustration. From beginning to end, Xianxia hadn't shown the slightest bit of fear, or even concern. Instead, he even seemed to be enjoying himself as he watched these people fight. This kind of performance either indicated his absolute confidence or ignorance. The Saintess didn't think it was the latter, so she couldn't understand why he would give up such a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If she were to attack on her own, she didn't have confidence she could win. Thus, she could only hesitantly remain where she was. It wasn't difficult for Xianxia to kill Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang. It could even be considered quite easy, but he didn't want to expose his true strength in front of outsiders. If it is someone else, the solution would be simple. He just needed to silence the witness to the crime, and that would be that. But this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had previously extended a helping hand to him, although he didn't really need it. Killing this woman in cold blood just to keep his secrets was something Xianxia couldn't bring himself to do. He had his own code of conduct, and killing someone who had once helped him ran counter to that code. Xianxia had a fair headache now, and mused about how it would be nice if he could find a way to stun this young woman for a while. As he was mulling over such impractical thoughts, Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng finally seemed to have discovered that there were still two outsiders left here. Xianxia and the Saintess had remained far from the battle since it began and had simply been quietly observing the whole time. But now that almost everyone else had been eliminated, it was impossible for them to hide anymore. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng both glanced at one another before suddenly letting out a laugh. "Brother Cheng, how about we solve this small problem first before deciding who the ultimate victor between us is?" Hai Wanggu suddenly proposed. Old Man Cheng frowned and pondered for a while before nodding, a malicious grin appearing on his face in the next instant. "I just happen to need to supplement my spiritual energy." Saying so, the two of them stood up at the same time and glanced over towards the two outsiders, neither of them showing any signs of anxiety as they calmly strode over towards them, a look of absolute confidence upon their faces. When they had approached to within a short distance, the two old men glanced over at their prey and couldn't help feeling stunned, apparently recognizing the young woman as the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. "You?" Hai Wanggu pointed at the young woman, his brow wrinkling deeply. "Are you not your Royal Highness the Saintess?" Old Man Cheng also wore a completely stupefied expression. Their murderous intent and unruly demeanors both disappeared upon recognizing the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. "It is I." The Saintess nodded lightly. "How come you are here?" Hai Wanggu frowned and asked, seemingly coming to a conclusion and asking in amazement. "Could it be you came here as a member of my Seven Family Alliance's exploration group? And I had wanted to come take a look at the scenery down here, but I never expected such a thing to happen," the Saintess replied, looking extremely calm and composed. "This is—" Hai Wanggu looked suspiciously towards Xianxia. The Saintess hesitated for only an instantly before replying, "He is my servant." Xianxia's eyes flashed, shooting a somewhat stunned glance towards the Saintess. Her words just now indicated her intent to use her status to shield him by tying them together. Any servant of a Saintess would obviously be a disciple of Nine Heavens Holy Land. With such an identity, it was likely Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng would be more hesitant to act against Xianxia. Sure enough, upon hearing the Saintess' words, the expressions of the two old men became grim, showing both hesitation and reluctance. Their moods were completely reflected in the aura fluctuations of their soul avatars, though. These fluctuations were sometimes rapid, sometimes calm, sometimes dangerous while sometimes nervous. Obviously, they weren't as respectful as their expressions indicated and were weighing the pros and cons of their next actions. Perceiving the malice directed towards them, the Nine Heavens Holy Land's Saintess' beautiful face changed slightly, lifting her hands slightly and releasing a subtle force from her soul avatar. This force was quite mysterious and did not carry the slightest murderous intent or maliciousness, but when it appeared, it was like a gentle rain that lightly washed over Xianxia, Hai Wanggu, and Old Man Cheng's forms, seeping into their soul avatars before disappearing. All three of them frowned, unsure of what the Saintess was trying to do. A moment later, though, Xianxia suddenly felt that his state of mind had calmed greatly and his soul felt a sense of comfort. It was like a spring breeze had swept away all of his troubles, and the idea of secluding himself away from the world and no longer caring about anything became quite prominent in his mind. Secretly surprised, Xianxia quickly shook off such escapist thoughts before turning to look at Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng. Surprised to see that the irritability their two soul avatars were just giving off seemed to have been soothed. The two of them no longer showed the same violent aggression and were obviously thinking more clearly now. The soul skill the Saintess had just used must be one that helps clear others' hearts and minds. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng looked at each other with their brows wrinkled and hesitated for a while before Hai Wanggu asked, "What happened just now, Your Royal Highness Saintess saw, correct?" The Saintess' pretty face changed slightly as she wore a faint smile. "Yes, but you can rest assured that I will not disclose this matter to anyone. I also do not wish for others to know I was here. What we need to do now is to find a way out of this place. Don't you agree?" Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung both remained silent, their brows still deeply wrinkled, apparently weighing their options. The Saintess was a little uneasy, although she used her special soul skill to help Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung temporarily stabilize their moods. These two men were not good people to begin with. Once malicious thoughts took root in their minds, even her soul skill couldn't dissuade them. Quickly shooting a glance over towards Yang Kai, she saw him pretending he wasn't involved. The Saintess bit her teeth, trying not to say anything but was about to explode. After a while, Hai Wanggu suddenly said, "Brother Chang, what do you think?" Old Man Chang took a deep breath and quickly replied, "Since things have come this far, we should see it through to the end." Hai Wanggu smiled and nodded. "Sure enough, Brother Chang and I are of the same mind." Saying so, he directed a sharp glance towards the Saintess and coldly snorted. "So what if you're a Saintess? No one cares about your status here, and no one will know it was us who killed you." The Saintess' face finally became gloomy as she realized these two old men were determined to silence the witnesses to their crime. With so many foreign cultivators dead and the Seven Family Alliance having lost so many masters, if the truth of this incident were to spread out, it would be extremely damaging to the Hai family and Chung family. On top of that, this was the perfect place to make someone disappear. As they spoke, the two old men's soul avatars once again revealed a hostile and violent aura. In the next instant, the two of them launching divine sense attacks towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength seemed to be relatively low, so Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang naturally wanted to quickly dispatch him first, then find a way to deal with the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess together. Yang Kai's face became cold, and the moment these attacks were about to hit, he swiftly dodged them. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang were both shocked by this unexpected development. "I'll help you stall one. You should be able to beat them one-on-one, right?" Yang Kai said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess before beckoning to Hai Wanggu. "Old fart, show me what you're made of. Little brat, I'll kill you." Hai Wanggu shouted angrily, easily being drawn in by Yang Kai's cheap taunt and charging towards him. Normally, it would be impossible for Hai Wanggu to act so recklessly, but right now, whether it was him or Old Man Chang, both of them had swallowed too many soul remnants, so their consciousness were somewhat unstable. It can be said that most of their actions right now were being driven by their more base impulses, so when Yang Kai insulted him, Hai Wanggu had immediately lashed out. "Why?" The Saintess hurriedly tried to say something to Yang Kai, but before she could, Old Man Chang came flying towards her, and she had no choice but to quickly use a soul skill to defend herself. Yang Kai has led Hai Wanggu far away but had no intention of fighting him, and was only constantly avoiding the latter's divine sense attacks while taking the opportunity to observe the situation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. He was planning on letting the Saintess kill Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang, so he didn't need to expose his strength or the existence of his conflagrated knowledge. Yang Kai felt that with her background, this Saintess should have the ability to accomplish this. Although her cultivation was slightly lower than that of Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chang, Nine Heavens Holy Land and the Seven Family Alliance couldn't even be placed in the same category in terms of heritage. From the soul skill this young woman just displayed, Yang Kai estimated her true combat strength should be greater than these two old men. But after watching for a while, Yang Kai discovered that something was wrong. Under the constant attack of Old Man Chang, this woman seemed to only know how to evade and defend herself and showed no intention of fighting back. From Yang Kai's perspective, this Saintess had multiple opportunities to take advantage of her opponent's openings to launch a counterattack, but she never once acted upon them. It wasn't even that she couldn't see these openings, but that she didn't seem to have any will to fight Old Man Chang. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed and shouted out towards her. "Fight back. What do you plan on accomplishing by simply running away?" Saintess desperately wanted to cry but was unable to shed any tears, trying to get a word out only to be interrupted again by Old Man Chang's assault. "Little brat, you should be more worried about yourself." Hai Wanggu chased behind Yang Kai while laughing maniacally. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before his image flickered and shot towards the direction of the Saintess. Arriving a moment later, Yang Kai came up beside the Saintess and grumbled, "What's going on? Why aren't you fighting back?" The Saintess grit her teeth and shot back angrily. Why are you asking about something you already know? Why would I be asking about something I know? Xianxia asked back. I'm a saintess of 9 heavens holy land. I know that, what about it? Xianxia suddenly found that he couldn't understand this woman's words. You don't know what saintesses can't do? Blocking another attack, the young woman shot Xianxia a blank look. Xianxia shook his head. What backwater countryside did you crawl out from? The saintess saw that he wasn't lying and her eyes filled with shock before she shouted. A 9 heavens holy land saintess, before death, cannot kill. Says who? Xianxia's face went black as he began to realize his clever plan was likely going to fail. This has been the case since ancient times. Saintess hurriedly explained. We can't kill. Once we violate this taboo, a flaw will develop in our secret art. What bullshit secret art has such a dumb flaw? Xianxia was furious. He had never heard of a secret art with such a ridiculous restrictions. However, with such an unreasonable condition, the secret art she cultivated must be quite formidable. Then why aren't you making a move? The saintess fled together with Xianxia as she shot him a sharp glance. Even in this situation you seem to be quite relaxed. Why are you trying to make me do all the work? Xianxia couldn't help cursing under his breath, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems he couldn't kill these 2 old men with a knife after all. But, before he did anything, the saintess' voice once again rang out. Although I can't do it myself, I can help you. With my assistance you don't need to worry whether you're their opponent or not. The saintess hurriedly said. How do you plan on helping me? The saintess said nothing and instead poured some kind of soul skill into Xianxia's soul avatar. Xianxia's face changed slightly. When this soul skill penetrated into his body, he couldn't help but feeling a strange sensation, as if a connection had been made between him and this 9 heavens holy land saintess. It was as if she possessed something within her that was now flowing into Xianxia, rapidly enhancing the strength of his spiritual energy. On top of that, a vast amount of information began appearing in his mind and all sorts of mysterious secret arts and martial skills were rapidly being imprinted in his consciousness. Xianxia immediately felt as if he could freely use these skills. This feeling was fantastical and unfounded, but Xianxia was fully convinced it was the truth. His rapid footsteps halting, Xianxia quickly came to a halt, standing his ground while taking a deep breath, his eyes filling with light. The saintess of 9 heavens holy land also hurriedly stopped, standing not far behind Xianxia, her beautiful eyes staring at him nervously. Little brats, let's see where you can run now. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung roared. Although these 2 juniors weren't as strong as they were quite quick, so if they hadn't stopped on their own, it was possible these 2 old men wouldn't have been able to catch them. Hai Wanggu and Old Man Chung, their stomachs full of grievances, were both releasing a thick murderous intent. Xianxia slowly turned and stared at them, his brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled by his current condition. A moment later, Xianxia slowly raised his hand, and his spiritual energy burst out, quickly condensing into a huge golden sword that hovered above his head. This giant sword was comprised purely of spiritual energy and was more than 12 meters long. From this golden body, a burning hot aura pulsed, seemingly capable of incinerating anything it touched. An unparalleled sense of oppression fell from the sky, and Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng's faces became stiff as they stared towards Xianxia. Under this pressure, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them and a deep sense of fear penetrated all the way to their bones. In that instant, they felt as if death was upon them and any resistance was futile. As for the saintess of 9 heavens holy land, she too was trembling, her pretty face filled with a look of amazement. As she stared towards Xianxia, a different kind of light flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had just discovered something incomprehensible, her spirits rising greatly. Xianxia stared at the giant sword above him, somewhat lost in thought for a moment flicked his wrist. In the next instant, the giant sword descended from the sky directly towards Old Man Chung. A violent wave of wind swept past and before Old Man Chung could make a sound, his soul avatar disintegrated under the giant sword. Hai Wanggu, who was standing nearby, was also thrown through the air from the aftermath. landing nearby somewhat unsteadily. "This is the profound heavenly sword?" Xianxia frowned and turned to look at Saintis, the latter unconsciously nodding. "Yes." Old Man Cheng was killed with a single blow, and Hai Wanggu had been flung away like a stray dog and was currently scrambling frantically to escape from Xianxia. Xianxia glanced over at the fleeing Hai Wangyu faintly before moving his hand slightly, the giant sword that had just crushed Old Man Cheng transforming into a rope and shooting off, capturing the fleeing old man instantly and immobilizing him. Xianxia gently tugged his hand, and the rope that was binding Hai Wanggu dragged him back towards the former. "This is the imprisoning heaven lock?" Xianxia asked the 9 heavens holy land Saintis. Interesting. Why am I suddenly able to use these soul skills?" Xianxia looked at her suspiciously. "And my spiritual energy seems to have strengthened significantly. What exactly did you do to me? Can we talk about this later?" The Saintess' eyes flickered, apparently somewhat reluctant to answer. Xianxia nodded lightly and didn't ask any further. The 2 soul skills Xianxia had just used were skills he had never even heard of until just now. Yet now he seemed to have a comprehensive understanding of them as well as a complete mastery of their usage, as if he had cultivated them for many years. It was impossible for this odd situation to occur spontaneously, and the only explanation was that this woman had done something to him. If Xianxia had to guess, it was like she had directly transferred these 2 soul skills into Xianxia's consciousness, allowing him to instantly comprehend and use them. On top of that, the amount of spiritual energy Xianxia just used wasn't that great. At most, it was equivalent to what Hai Wanggu and the Saintess could use, but that not powerful strength had been enough to easily obliterate Old Man Cheng. Xianxia's heart and head were filled with doubts and confusion. "What are you going to do with this person?" the Saintess asked, pointing to the tied-up Hai Wanggu. "What else can I do?" Xianxia snorted, and the rope tied to Hai Wanggu suddenly burst into flames. With a scream of despair, Hai Wanggu's soul avatar was incinerated, leaving behind not even a trace of ash. Throughout the entire soul battle hall, only Xianxia and the 9 heavens holy land Saintess remained. Facing each other under Xianxia's focused gaze, the Saintess seemed somewhat uncomfortable and averted her eyes. "What is your name?" Xianxia asked. "And Linger, what about you?" "Zhang San." And Linger's pretty face turned sour. Xianxia's perfunctory attitude really annoyed her. But right now wasn't an appropriate time to vent her grievances, so she could only swallow her anger. "Now, can you tell me what you did just now?" Xianxia asked solemnly. Whatever it was quite unusual. "Do you have to know?" And Linger bit her lip lightly, but Xianxia just nodded firmly. "If I don't understand what just happened, how can I be sure it won't bring me harm? You can rest assured that what I did was absolutely harmless to you. Moreover, I have no reason to harm you. I still hope you can explain it to me clearly." "Good." And Linger took a deep breath. "Since you insist on this, I'll tell you." After she said that, she fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts, a moment later continuing. "Even you should know some basic information about my 9 heavens holy land. Every holy master is found by us, the saintesses from the outside world. We have some special methods with which to seek out appropriate candidates, and if one of them passes our test, they will become the next holy master of the Holy Land. As for what kind of methods we use to seek out such candidates, please forgive me, I can only tell you that it is related to my secret art." Xianxia nodded lightly. "I think you should have heard that before being named as Holy Master, each of these people came from different walks of life and their aptitudes varied greatly. But once they enter my holy land and become the Holy Master, they are reborn and become extraordinary existences. This actually had a lot to do with us, the saintesses." "Oh? How so?" "We, since birth, were raised as the Holy Master's cultivation furnaces. All our cultivation and experiences are strictly prepared for the Holy Master, so that upon finding him and bringing him back to the Holy Land, we can instill them into him. This is the greatest responsibility of us saintesses. Moreover, because there is more than one saintess in the Holy Land, the benefits each Holy Master can obtain are massive, which is why every Holy Master can become an extraordinary powerhouse, because it is not just him cultivating on his own. Depending on various circumstances, the number of saintesses can range from 3 or 4 to up to 7 or 8. all of them assisting the Holy Master in his cultivation. With so many cultivation furnaces all providing assistance to him, it is difficult for the Holy Land's Holy Master to not become strong. Something like that really happens? Xianxia was shocked. This is the greatest secret of my Holy Land. Do not tell anyone else about it. And Linger warned seriously. Don't worry, I don't have loose lips. Xianxia nodded, becoming slightly pensive as he muttered. So, my being able to master the soul skills of your 9 heavens Holy Land is simply because you learned them yourself and you then instilled that knowledge into me? And what you mastered are the skills I am proficient in. A saintess, before death, does not kill, but we can use our special methods to assist the Holy Master, and the benefits we bring to the Holy Master are not limited to just this. You should have felt just now, with my assistance, your spiritual energy became stronger. Xianxia's expression couldn't help being strange at this point. But I'm not your Holy Master. How come you were able to assist me so? And Linger sighed and bit her lip before saying, although I don't want to admit it, you probably have the aptitude to become the next Holy Master. You're joking, right? It's true. Just now, I only wanted to help boost your spiritual energy so that you could fight against those two and had no intention of imparting the Holy Land's divine skills. But somehow you managed to comprehend them all on your own. Can I ask you, how many of the divine skills did you manage to learn just now? Just those two. Those two skills are both incredibly difficult to comprehend, even with the help of us saintesses. If a new Holy Master wants to master the Holy Land's divine skills, it is not so easy. It is very likely that it will take many tries before a new Holy Master can thoroughly master any of the divine skills. You being able to not only grasp but utilize 2 of them in an instant, you should be able to understand the implications. And Linger narrowed her eyes slightly. Xianxia's eyes also narrowed slightly. How many divine skills have you mastered? 9. And Linger smiled lightly. Wanna learn? Meh. Xianxia replied casually, putting on an uninterested expression. I can teach all of them to you right now actually. But there is a condition you have to promise me. Xianxia's face sank. He didn't like it when people bargained back and forth with him. Follow me back to the Holy Land. When the times comes, not only will you be able to obtain my enlightenments but also those of my 3 sisters. We will help you grow in the shortest time possible. You want me to go back with you to become your Holy Master? Xianxia grinned. Yes, I feel like you are an appropriate candidate even though you're somewhat hateful. And Linger replied truthfully. Not interested. Xianxia smiled and shook his head slowly. You? And Linger almond-colored eyes bulged, a look of pure surprise spreading across her face. Never had she imagined that Xianxia would refuse her offer so bluntly. Who didn't want to be the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land? The entire archipelago occupied by the 7 Family Alliance had become incredibly lively, with cultivators coming from near and far, all just for the chance of being selected by the Saintess. After all, if they were really chosen, it would be like leaping over the Dragon Gate and soaring into the sky in a single bound. No matter where Linger went, each island was the same. All the men, young and old, would flock to her with expectant looks. But now, when she took the initiative to invite someone she believed worthy of receiving this honor, she was actually rejected. And Linger couldn't help feeling like she was dreaming, staring dumbfounded at Xianxia, unable to speak. If I want strength, I'll cultivate it myself. Why should I depend on women for it? Xianxia sneered. What difference is there between that and being a gigolo? Are you still not clear about the benefits of becoming a Holy Master? And Linger frowned. Becoming a Holy Master not only means you will become one of this world's hegemons in the future, you will also receive things most people will never be able to obtain in their lifetimes. Whether it's wealth, status, fame, even beauties, all of it will be yours. Does that also include you? Xianxia looked at her evilly, and Linger's expression suddenly became a bit unnatural, but she soon nodded. Yes, I was originally born to be the Holy Master's cultivation furnace. Not only me, but also my 3 sisters. As long as you desire it, regardless of what it is, we sisters will give it to you. You can openly enjoy the pampering of 4 wives. A tempting offer. Xianxia licked his lips, an obscene expression appearing on his face which seemed to be particularly wretched. Then you? Nope. Xianxia sneered, his expression changing faster than flipping the page of a book, shaking his head and saying, there must be demerits. Becoming Holy Master has so many advantages. So the price one has to pay shouldn't be small, right? And Linger's pretty face froze up as she stared deeply at him and nodded. Yes. There is a rumor in the Holy Land that, although there is no basis, I believe is the price each Holy Master needs to pay. Let's hear it. Every Holy Master doesn't live long. It seems that the one who lived the longest was only 300 years old. Nine Heavens Holy Land was a powerful sect, and the Holy Master, with the assistance of so many saintesses as cultivation furnaces, definitely increased his strength rapidly. Xianxia estimated that each Holy Master became a third-order saint after only several dozen years. Third-order saints had long since transcended the level of mortality, and their life expectancy was greatly extended. To only live to 300 years was obviously dying young. Even third-order transcendents from certain forces could live for hundreds of years. Upon hearing the price, Xianxia completely discarded any intentions to become the so-called Holy Master had. 300 years seemed like a long time, but for those who pursued the martial Tao, such a period of time was but a fleeting moment. Xianxia firmly believed that even if he didn't become a Holy Master, in 300 years he would still be living well, perhaps traveling around with Su Yan and little senior sister, freely exploring the world. However, if you think about it, in exchange for such benefits, it's a small price to pay. After all, this isn't something many people can pursue in their lifetime. And Linger continued trying to persuade Xianxia. But Xianxia simply snickered and said confidently, after 30 years, I will be able to stand on equal footing as your nonsense Holy Master. 30 years. And Linger stared at him doubtfully. You certainly know how to talk big. To stand on equal footing with the Holy Master meant at least being a third-order saint. And Linger didn't believe Xianxia was capable of this and only thought he was an overconfident youth. Believe what you like. Xianxia smiled, his face filled with confidence. You really won't reconsider? No. Xianxia shook his head. But I have to say, the way you choose your Holy Master is too sloppy. How can you decide the next leader of such a big force so casually? It's not sloppy. And Linger retorted vigorously. Our secret art is based entirely around finding the next Holy Master. As long as there is a suitable candidate within a certain radius, we saintesses can perceive them. A situation like yours is actually the alternative method to finding a candidate. If we saintesses cannot find an appropriate candidate within the allotted time, we can only let the Holy Land recruit as many young people with high aptitude and pass them knowledge of the Holy Land's divine skills to see if they can comprehend them. Although today's event was an accident, you have indeed passed my test and are eligible to enter the Holy Land. In fact, your performance is exemplary, so you're definitely qualified. Xianxia laughed back at her. Can you guarantee that the person you choose is loyal to your Holy Land and doesn't have any ulterior motives? We can. And Linger nodded firmly. After entering the Holy Land, the new Holy Master's mindset will change. Xianxia narrowed his eyes at this comment. Although he wasn't quite clear about the details, from what he could gather, it seems the Nine Heavens Holy Land would use some special method to brainwash their new leader. Fine. Let's put this aside for now. Xianxia didn't want to continue inquiring into the secrets of Nine Heavens Holy Land. The more he knew, the less helpful it was to him. Having said so, Xianxia released a subtle stream of spiritual energy from the soul avatar, and before Enlinger could respond, wrapped her in it. What are you doing? Enlinger's pretty face changed as she suddenly found herself unable to move. Xianxia's spiritual energy was far stronger than she had estimated before, and also contained a burning hot aura that caused her soul avatar a fair amount of discomfort. Xianxia looked her over, a complicated look flashing across his eyes as he nodded slightly. Considering everything that's happened, the safest course of action would be to kill you. Kill me? And Linger's beautiful face paled slightly. You think I've seen too much? That's one of the reasons, Xianxia nodded calmly. With the things you know, I can imagine that once you go back, Your 9 heavens holy land won't leave me alone and will try to force me to go back with you, either to force me to take the position of Holy Master or to kill me in order to protect the secrets of your holy land. I don't want to deal with either of these situations. Aren't you being a bit paranoid? And Linger frowned as she stared at him faintly. As long as I don't tell anyone, who will know what happened here today? And don't forget, I saved you once before. Don't tell me you're going to repay that kindness with enmity. You don't need to remind me, Xianxia spat disdainfully. In fact, I don't know what I should do with you right now. If I killed you, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. At worst, it may become a kind of heart demon. But if I just let you go, I won't be able to feel relieved. Listening to him, and Linger's nervousness couldn't help diminishing greatly as she quietly asked, "So what do you need me to do?" "Nothing much. But this was something I wished to avoid as well." Xianxia sighed as he reached out his hand and grabbed towards her soul avatar. And Linger was frightened and wanted to struggle but was still unable to move. Xianxia's hand hadn't even touched Linger before he clenched his fist and pulled it back towards himself. An irresistible attraction seemed to emerge all of a sudden, and Linger's vision became hazy, her soul avatar collapsing to the ground softly a moment later. Struggling to raise her head, she directed a hate-filled glare towards Xianxia and spat angrily. "So you learned more than just 2 divine skills?" "Sorry. I actually learned 3 of them." Xianxia smiled. "This one is called Great Heavenly Attraction, right?" And Linger bit down hard on her lips and refused to answer. "Profound Heavenly Sword, Imprisoning Heaven Chain, Great Heavenly Attraction," Xianxia muttered. "Your 9 heavens holy land's divine skills are really quite convenient and practical." "Convenient? Practical? You're only able to use them because of my 10 years of hard work." And Linger listened to his evaluation and suddenly couldn't help snapping back at him. Xianxia simply ignored her and instead stared at the small piece of spiritual energy in his hand. This thread was something he had pulled out from Linger's soul avatar and actually looked like a miniature version of her, sitting cross-legged atop Xianxia's palm, solemn and motionless. This was Linger's soul brand. With this brand in hand, Xianxia could control whether Linger lived or died at will. "As a safety precaution, I'll be accepting your soul brand, and I hope from now on our paths will never cross again. And, well, when one day I am able to match your holy master, I'll go to your 9 heavens holy land and return this brand to you," Xianxia said, storing away her soul brand into his own avatar. And Linger looked as if she had suffered a great injustice, but was helpless to resist. Although she too was proficient in the great heavenly attraction, her divine sense was not nearly as powerful as Xianxia's, so even though she wanted to fight back, she couldn't. This man was simply abhorrent to the extreme. She had clearly just offered him fame, riches, power, and women, yet not only did he refuse her, but he was also now trying to control her as well. "Hey, I'm not really trying to act maliciously towards you. Stop looking at me like I'm so kind of monster," Xianxia said to her as he shook his head. "You bastard." And Linger gnashed her teeth, seemingly trying to vent her anger. Yes, I'm a big bastard, the most hateful person in the world. Anyways, you should calm yourself down and cultivate quietly for a bit." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. Now that he was in possession of her soul brand, he felt much more relaxed. Although extracting her soul brand had caused some damage to Linger's soul, it would be fine as long as she cultivated for a while. Xianxia had made sure of that just now. And Linger pursed her lips and ignored him, wandering a short distance away and sitting down, looking very pitiful. Xianxia watched her for a moment before helplessly shaking his head and flying off. This white world was indeed inside a soul-type artifact. As for this artifact's purpose, Xianxia wasn't quite clear. All he knew was that it was capable of forcefully extracting other soul avatars and dragging them into this strange space. This was something quite useful for Xianxia nonetheless. His soul was actually much more powerful than his physical body. So once he encountered a powerful enemy, with this artifact, he could force them into a confrontation between divine senses. In such a battle, Xianxia would have a lot of advantages. As such, he really wanted to collect this artifact for himself. However, the more than 100 people who had been drawn into this white space had already searched it several times over and found nothing of note. In fact, the only thing that was at all different in this place was the glowing Soul Battle Hall words hanging up in the sky. Flying up to the position where the words were written, Xianxia carefully inspected them. His expression turned stern. As time passed, Linger also recovered from the damage she had suffered and turned her eyes towards the sky, a while later also flying up and standing next to Xianxia, asking, "Are you looking for an exit, or do you perhaps want to refine this artifact? Not angry anymore?" Xianxia glanced over at her curiously. He found that this woman was quite forgiving. Before now, Xianxia had repeatedly pushed her away, but each time, after a short bout of pouting, she would come over to him again. "Of course I'm still angry," Linger firmly stated, "but I've decided to put that aside for now. The most important thing right now is to find a way out of here." "Clever girl." Xianxia grinned meaningfully. "You're right. I want to refine this artifact. Since it's a soul-type artifact, it should be possible to refine it using my spiritual energy, but I don't know how I should go about doing that. What do you think? Any suggestions?" Linger swept her eyes around carefully and thought for a moment before replying. "You should try refining these 3 words. It may be the core of this artifact. Pour your spiritual energy into these words, and you should be able to take possession of this artifact." "Seems we're in agreement." Xianxia nodded before saying, "You should stand farther away." Linger narrowed her eyes slightly, and although she felt a little confused by his suggestion, she still obediently moved away, landing back where the 2 of them had just had their last fight. Looking up, she saw Xianxia's soul avatar sitting cross-legged and motionless mid-air, seemingly concentrating on something. All of a sudden, an astonishingly hot burning aura spread out from his soul avatar as a brilliant, golden light filled the entire white space, the soul battle hall seeming shaking in response. Instantly, the 3 words were directly wrapped in blazing flames. Linger's jaw went slack as she saw this, her tender body trembling slightly. Originally she had thought that Xianxia had cultivated some kind of special soul skill or possessed a powerful soul-type artifact which gave his soul avatar that faint burning aura. But after witnessing this scene, she realized that neither of these was the case. The truth was that his soul avatar gave off a burning hot aura because of its innate nature. A conflagrated knowledge sea. Linger was completely shocked. Moreover, from what she could tell, Xianxia's use of his spiritual energy had reached a very high standard. No wonder he had taken her soul brand. It wasn't just because he had learned some of the Holy Land's secrets from her, but also because he possessed such a secret. He obviously didn't want her to tell anyone about this. However, with this, the 2 of them might really be saved. The power of a conflagrated knowledge sea was far greater than an ordinary knowledge sea, and it seemed Xianxia's raw strength was also quite considerable. This soul-type artifact, even if its grade wasn't low, probably wouldn't be able to withstand being refined by such hot, violent spiritual energy. Linger suddenly felt a bit joyful as she made up her mind to do whatever it took to convince Xianxia to return to the Holy Land with her. A holy master with a conflagrated knowledge sea. This was unprecedented even in the Holy Land's entire history. With such aptitude and capital, as long as he became the next holy master, he would certainly be the most powerful one in history. The seabed somewhere in the ancient ruins. In this place, within 1,000 meters, there were more than 100 cultivators lying on the ground, most of them already dead. Only a man and a woman still showed any signs of life, but they were both comatose. In front of these cultivators, there was a glowing light sphere that was continuously emitting some subtle energy fluctuations. As these fluctuations rose and fell, the light from the sphere also pulsed, sometimes brilliant and blinding, other times seemingly on the verge of being extinguished. Suddenly, a golden radiance bloomed from the light sphere. When this golden aura appeared, the nearby space gradually became hot. This golden aura began expanding outwards and soon encompassed the entire region, turning the light sphere into a miniature golden sun. The burning sensation in the air became more and more intense. The sound of something shattering rang out. At the same time, 2 souls shot out from the light sphere, circled a few times, and then slowly landed on 2 of the bodies lying down below. The golden radiance coming from the light sphere gradually dimmed, and after a while, the entire orb went dark. A moment later, and Linger slowly struggled to open her eyes and arduously picked herself up off the ground. After finally managing to stand upright, she looked around and spotted Xianxia a short distance away. As the pair met eyes, they couldn't help grinning slightly. Inside the Soul Battle Hall, in order to refine the artifact, Xianxia had been persistently burning the 3 glowing words with his powerful spiritual energy, and just now, after who knows how long, he finally managed to succeed. After overcoming such hardship together, and Linger suddenly felt that Xianxia was somewhat good but still in most cases, bad. However, still quite bearable to be around. Xianxia also thought that this young woman wasn't so bad either, even if she was a bit naive. When he was refining the artifact, she had not tried to disturb or hinder him in any way and had instead just waited quietly while keeping her distance. After successfully refining the soul-type artifact, it was easy to leave. Xianxia simply summoned an exit and the two of them stepped through it. Their souls having been separated from their bodies for quite some time, a sense of discomfort was unavoidable. Xianxia's condition wasn't too bad. After all, his soul was significantly more powerful than in Linger's, while the latter was still struggling to adjust. After confirming that Xianxia had also returned, she promptly sat back down and began circulating her secret art while readjusting herself. Xianxia also sat down and carefully confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his body before standing up and walking over to where the soul-type artifact was. Now that he had finished refining it, this artifact naturally belonged to Xianxia. Standing beside it, with a single though, Xianxia stored it into his knowledge sea. After inspecting the artifact for a while, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. This was a rare treasure left behind by the ancient sect which once stood here and was definitely Saint grade. Even after experiencing endless years idling in this place, this artifact had actually not lost much of its strength. After nourishing it within his knowledge sea for some time, Xianxia believed he could restore it to its original strength. Xianxia was very satisfied and felt that this trip had been worthwhile. Earlier he had obtained a pill with a pill cloud, making it difficult for him to contain his excitement, and now he had acquired a soul-type artifact that was perfectly suited to him. It could be said that his harvest here had been bigger than anyone else. Taking back his consciousness, Xianxia looked around and found that Linger was still meditating while Hai Wanggu and the others had already died. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before walking over the bodies and sifting through the various universe bags, taking anything he found useful while discarding the rest. Half a day later, Linger slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After this short adjustment, she had basically made a full recovery. Seeing Xianxia seemingly looking after her, the 9 heavens holy land saintess smiled, an inexplicable sweetness welling up in her heart. Getting up and gently stepping over to Xianxia, she asked, "Are we going back now or continuing to explore?" "I want to continue exploring this place. There is at least one place I need to investigate. As for you, well, do whatever you want," Xianxia replied bluntly before walking off. Seeing Xianxia acting somewhat cold towards her again, Linger pursed her lips and quickly followed after him without a word. Arriving in front of a grand palace, Xianxia couldn't help frowning slightly. This palace was the one originally guarded by the Soul Battle Hall. The one Hai Wanggu and Old Man Cheng had gathered over 100 cultivators together to break into, hoping to discover more treasures. Unexpectedly though, after breaking the barrier around this palace, everyone's soul had been pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, thoroughly disrupting their initial plans. Now though, when Xianxia and Linger inspected this place, they discovered signs that other people had already been here recently. The palace had essentially been ransacked and anything of value had already been taken. Did someone else come here later and discover this place? Linger guessed. Xianxia nodded lightly, agreeing with her analysis. Although more than 100 people had been dragged into the Soul Battle Hall, there were still many others who had entered these ancient ruins. Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed, but he estimated that by now, the entire ancient ruins had been looted clean. Realizing this, Xianxia no longer wasted time, left the palace directly, and headed straight towards the source of the yang attribute fluctuations he felt. Although it may have already been a month or two since they arrived at this place, The Yang attribute aura that had first drawn Yang Kai here was still present. Yang Kai wanted to know just what it was. And Linger didn't say anything to provoke or question Yang Kai and simply followed behind him step by step. Yang Kai knew that she had still not given up on persuading him to return with her to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, so he deliberately ignored her. After some time, Yang Kai felt he was drawing closer to the source of the Yang attribute energy. But along with the Yang attribute energy, Yang Kai also felt another kind of special fluctuation. Void force. Yang Kai suddenly realized that something was wrong and a sinking feeling told him he wasn't likely to gain anything for his troubles here. Sure enough, after passing over a small ridge, Yang Kai's steps came to a halt and a helpless frown appeared on his face. And Linger saw his expression droop and quickly looked over in the direction he was staring, covering her mouth in shock in the next instant and shouting a void corridor? A short distance ahead, a roughly 5-meter pitch-black hole appeared in the ground. Naturally, it was a void corridor. The Yang attribute energy and the force of the void that Yang Kai felt were both coming from this black hole. How come there is a void corridor here? And Linger couldn't help feeling surprised. Void corridors weren't very common. It was said that a long time ago, masters tore holes in space as they fought, which resulted in the formation of void corridors. There was also a theory that these void corridors were natural formations that had coincidentally formed on their own. Through researching the mysteries of void corridor, some masters in the current world could use their own great strength to manipulate the force of the void to create void corridor-like existences, allowing them to cross 10,000 kilometers in a flash. Chu Ling Xiao of Soaring Heaven Sect possessed such ability. However, doing this consumed a great deal of time and energy, so even a master as powerful as Chu Ling Xiao was not willing to do so if not absolutely necessary. However, the pseudo-void corridors these masters constructed and legitimate ones were worlds apart in terms of stability and distance of transmission. There being a void corridor in this ancient ruin came as quite a surprise to Linger. It was a mystery what lay on the other side. It may be somewhere else in Tongshen realm, or it may be a separate mysterious small world. Let's head back, Yang Kai said after a short silence. Although the source of the Yang attribute energy was of great interest to him, he wasn't about to rush headlong into a void corridor. If it transported him to a distant part of the starry sky, it might be impossible for him to find his way back. Saying so, he didn't even wait for Linger to reply before soaring straight up. "Ah, wait for me!" And Linger shouted and quickly chased after him. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruin, passed it and plunged back into the sea. Instantly, Yang Kai felt an enormous pressure from all directions, seemingly trying to crush even his bones. Feeling this tremendous pressure, Yang Kai quickly pushed his true chi and opened up a bubble around himself. And Linger's eyes flashed and dove into Yang Kai's true chi bubble, standing close by with a relaxed smile on her face. "Why you?" Yang Kai glared at her. "What? Isn't a saintess supposed to be pure and noble? Sticking so close to an unfamiliar man? Is that something you should be doing? Unfamiliar man?" And Linger argued back, "Didn't I tell you, you are fully qualified to become the next holy master? If you didn't have such qualification, I wouldn't even approach you. If you dare mention that again, just see if I don't kill you." Yang Kai shouted fiercely. "You say that, but you don't have any intention of acting on it." And Linger seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's nature and was no longer frightened by him so easily. Yang Kai ground his teeth as he stared at her wickedly, a devious smiling soon forming on his face. "You like provoking me? Do you really think I don't have a way to tidy you up? Try it if you dare." And Linger stared back at him defiantly. Yang Kai's grin became even wider as he slowly began taking back his true chi, shrinking the bubble around the two of them greatly. And Linger let out a slight yelp upon seeing this and quickly leaned in towards Yang Kai, fearing she would be exposed to the outside sea if she didn't. Yang Kai continued to withdraw his true chi, shrinking the bubble more and more. The noble and holy saintess soon had no choice but to squish up against Yang Kai, her delicate little hands grabbing tightly onto his clothes as her chest met his, her pretty face fluctuating between bright red and pale white, secretly gnashing her teeth but not daring to say anything more. Soon, and Linger's face had become a deep shade of crimson. As the defensive barrier shrank, She could wrap her arms and legs around Xianxia, her two proud peaks greatly deforming as they pressed against his strong chest. Even though she was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to maintain this humiliating posture. "You pervert, criminal, demon," and Linger bit her lips and pouted pitifully to Xianxia, exhaling hot, fragrant breath next to his face. Looking at Linger's half-angry, half-ashamed expression, Xianxia couldn't help laughing wickedly. "Your Majesty the Saintess, how do you feel?" As he spoke, he deliberately breathed right next to her delicate earlobe, causing Linger already blushing face to dye even redder and her heart to pound. Something Xianxia could feel due to their close contact. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had grown up since birth in the Holy Land and spent almost all of her time cultivating and being instilled with a certain mentality. That was that she was born to serve the Holy Master, and everything she possessed and obtained was for the Holy Master's sake. In Nine Heavens Holy Land, the Saintesses were symbols of nobility and holiness, so they were never allowed close contact with any man. Now, wrapped around this essentially unknown man's body, and Linger's thoughts were in a state of confusion. The only thing she was certain of was that she deeply regretted provoking such a hateful bastard. What was worse, though, was that this wicked person had not only passed her test but was even able to instantly comprehend 3 of the 9 heavens' divine skills. The heavens must really be blind. And Linger bit her lip hard in an effort to stop herself from shouting something unladylike. Seeing her truly aggrieved appearance, Xianxia no longer bothered teasing her and simply maintained the status quo as he swam upwards. A while later, the two youths burst out of the sea and returned to the surface. And Linger quickly separated herself from Xianxia like a frightened rabbit, gasping for a breath while glaring at him with a look of resentment. "I'll say this to you now, everything you saw down there, you must not mention in front of anyone from Nine Heavens Holy Land, or else I won't hesitate to permanently silence you. In exchange, I assure you that I will never do anything to harm your Nine Heavens Holy Land, nor will I tell another soul about your sex secrets. Good, from now on, it would be best if we never meet again, both for our sakes," Xianxia said seriously. "I understand, you don't need to mention that again," and Linger nodded lightly. "Very good. I hope you find your new holy master soon." Xianxia smiled before quickly departing. Staring at his disappearing back, and Linger's expression became complicated. She had never thought that someone would refuse such a good deed which was practically handed to him on a platter. She always thought that when she found someone qualified to become the next holy master, that person would be in utter joy. He would not be able to contain himself, and ask when he will be able to arrive back to the Holy Land with her, a place filled with wealth and riches. However, Xianxia's reaction and attitude had completely shattered her previous preconceptions. When he left, he didn't show the slightest regret. It was obvious he was completely unwilling to become the Holy Master. "Oh no!" And Linger suddenly cried out, only now remembering that she had been missing for so long. Uncle Chen and the others were probably losing their minds with worry by now. Above the archipelago, a thick sense of tension filled the air. The people from the Seven Family Alliance and the disciples of Nine Heavens Holy Land had almost turned the nearby islands inside out over the past 1.5 months. But to this day, the whereabouts of the Saintess were still unknown. Facing the ever-increasing anger of Nine Heavens Holy Land, each member of the Seven Family Alliance trembled in fear. The masters of the Seven Families were currently all gathered together in a giant palace originally reserved for the Nine Heavens Holy Land delegation, each of them leaking cold sweat from their brows. Qianning's face was gloomy to the extreme as he stared at these people and muttered angrily, "After more than a month, none of you has been able to find the slightest clue to the whereabouts of the Saintess. I will give you 3 more days. If I can't see the Saintess standing in front of me within 3 days, I will personally flatten all your islands. Protector Qian, please calm your anger. We will assign more people to the search and will definitely find Her Highness the Saintess." A first-order transcendent cultivator continually wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted. Nine Heavens Holy Land visiting their territory was a great honor for their Seven Family Alliance. But who could have predicted such a crisis would befall them? Protector Qian, Is it possible Her Highness the Saintess accompanied the exploration group from some time ago? Someone guessed. That group that went treasure hunting at the bottom of the sea? Qian Ning coldly snorted. How could Her Highness the Saintess do something so ridiculous? But with the exception of the seabed, we have searched everywhere. Didn't those who went to explore the seabed return 3 days ago? There was no trace of Her Highness the Saintess among them. If she really had been with them, she would have returned by now. But, down there were many casualties, perhaps Her Highness the Saintess. Impudence! Qian Ning roared furiously. What kind of characters is Her Highness? Even those low-born vagabonds could come back alive. How could she possibly have had an accident? I don't care what method you use, or how many people you need to call. If I don't see the Saintess within 3 days, you know the consequences. Get out. The leaders of the Seven Family Alliance were secretly annoyed at being treated this way, but they didn't dare show so on their faces. Their small alliance was really not worth mentioning in front of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so they naturally couldn't provoke Qian Ning. However, before they could even leave the palace, a maid suddenly rushed over with a giant smile upon her face as she shouted, Protector Qian, Saintess, she's returned. She's back. Qian Ning raised his head and rushed out to meet the maid, eagerly asking, Where? The maid quickly led the way, followed closely by Qian Ning, and soon arrived in front of Enlinger. Qian Ning's face filled with tears and was so happy he was unable to speak. The great stone which was weighing on his heart this whole time finally lifting. When Enlinger walked over, everyone in the palace quickly bowed. Greetings, Saintess. Enlinger nodded lightly before somewhat guiltily saying, Uncle Qian, this time I've caused you to worry. I'm truly sorry. No, as long as Saintess is safe, all it well. Qian Ning smiled, obviously much more relaxed than just now. Have you been hurt in any way? Enlinger shook her head slowly. May I ask, where has Saintess been these days? While I was out, I suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, so I found a secluded place to retreat. I didn't think I would be in seclusion for more than a month. Enlinger whispered, her attitude seemingly unnatural if one were observing closely. Qian Ning did not miss this point and narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that she was likely lying. But since the Saintess didn't want to explain and she was safe and sound, he decided to simply count it as a blessing and let it pass, nodding happily as he shouted, Good, very good. Turning around he said to the nearby maid, Bayer, take Her Highness to have a good rest. The maid Bayer nodded quickly. The leaders of the Seven Family Alliance all exchanged glances upon seeing this scene play out and breathed a sigh of relief. On one of the islands in the archipelago, Xianxia found a cultivation room for rent, paid a few crystal stones, and stepped inside. This room was owned and operated by the Seven Family Alliance and was designed for cultivators to use when they needed retreat, and the cost to use it was far higher than an average inn's room. However, this cultivation chamber came with many isolation barriers that allowed a cultivator to avoid any kind of external interference. On top of that, the Seven Family Alliance placed guards around the area who would ensure the safety of those cultivating here, so it was worth the additional expense. As such, these rooms were quite popular with foreign cultivators. Cultivation rooms like these existed in most large cities. After all, there were always cultivators who suddenly gained insights into their practice and would need a place to retreat. Inside the cultivation room, Xianxia first inspected the various barriers, quickly determining that their quality wasn't bad and could withstand a certain amount of impact as well as serve as alarms against outside intrusion. Finished with his inspection, Xianxia sat down and took out the pill cloud pill and placed it atop his palm. He wasn't in a rush to leave this place, partly because he couldn't wait to see how this pill was refined and partly because he wanted to stay and monitor Enlinger's movements. It wasn't that he wanted to think the worst of her, but there were some things that required him to exercise an abundance of caution. In the unlikely event that Enlinger sold him out, he would probably become an enemy of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Such a colossus, once provoked, would bring him endless trouble. Xianxia had learned 3 of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land's divine skills in that inexplicable situation. These divine skills belonged to Nine Heavens' Holy Land's core inheritance and obviously couldn't remain in the hands of outsiders. Once they knew the truth, they would have only 2 options: kill Yang Kai or force him to become their new holy master. Taking in Linger's soul brand was something he was helpless about. Although he had her soul brand now, it didn't allow Yang Kai to know everything she did. But he could at least notice any big changes in her mood, so it was possible to monitor her somewhat as long as they were close by. Without thinking about it any further, Yang Kai immersed himself in studying the pill before him. It was a saint-grade pill. A saint-grade mid-rank pill to be more exact. Alchemists who could refine saint pills were uncommon in any age. Duan was a famous figure throughout Tongshan realm and was still only a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. With his methods, he couldn't refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill unless he was extremely lucky. Among the people Yang Kai had met, only the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rue, could easily refine saint-grade pills. An excellent alchemist could infer the level and skill of another by observing the traces left behind on one of the latter's pills. Staring at the saint pill in his hand, Yang Kai was deeply impressed. Although Yang Kai's experience was not incredibly rich, he could still see that the one who refined this pill had done so in a smooth and natural manner, with no rough traces left behind from either the purification or condensing stages of alchemy. The skill of this alchemist had obviously reached a superb height, possibly even comparable to that of Old Man Li's. However, too much time had passed. It was impossible to determine which ancient force those ruins belonged to, so obviously it was unrealistic to discover the identity of this alchemist. The most valuable thing about this saint pill, though, was obviously the pill cloud which enshrouded it. The rich aura from this cloud not only maintained the medicinal efficacies of this pill, but also continuously gathered the surrounding world energy to nourish it, strengthening its properties as time passed. After so many thousands of years of accumulation, the energy contained inside this saint pill was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai estimated that even if a top saint realm master were to swallow this pill, they would likely be unable to bear the energy contained within it. A pill like this was simply something from legend. Yang Kai immersed himself in studying this pill, savoring the technique used by the alchemist who had refined it. While doing so, it was as if he could see a scene from countless years ago. Yet at the same time the finer details were hazy, covered in clouds. Time flew by and several days passed. During this time, Yang Kai had constantly been in retreat in his cultivation room, spying on the mysteries of the pill cloud saint pill, reaping some small gains. Yang Kai had also been monitoring and Linger these days, and so far, everything seemed to be proceeding uneventfully. Apparently she had not taken the risk to sell him out. However, for reasons Yang Kai couldn't understand, the delegation from Nine Heavens Holy Land had not yet departed. Perhaps they were concerned after the disappearance of their saintess that they didn't have enough security and were waiting for reinforcements. Shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer paid much attention to Linger's situation and fully concentrated on studying this ancient saint pill. A few more days passed, but Yang Kai still couldn't glean much information regarding the pill cloud pill, so he was now left with only one option. This method had a number of risks associated with it, on top of which there was a chance he wouldn't be able to learn anything from it, so it was a gamble. He simply had to swallow it. By feeling the effects of the pill with his body, he could possibly learn some of the secrets of the pill cloud while uncover the process by which this saint pill was refined. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, deciding whether he should take this rather extreme step. A pill with a pill cloud was simply too rare. What's more, this was a saint-grade mid-rank pill, a valuable treasure all on its own. Once he swallowed it, it would be gone. On top of all that, because of the pill cloud that surrounded the saint pill, Yang Kai couldn't tell what this pill's purpose was. Whether it was a healing pill, a supplementary cultivation pill, an enhancement pill, or a detoxification pill, Yang Kai had no clue. Everything was a mystery. The only thing he was certain of was that it wasn't a poison pill. The other big risk was that after such a long period of time, the energy accumulated in this pill by its pill cloud was too large, causing Yang Kai to worry if he could even withstand taking it. Although he had his unyielding golden skeleton which could accept an unimaginably huge amount of energy, the capacity of his meridians and physique was still limited. If the massive amount of energy contained in this pill were to fill his meridians faster than his unyielding golden skeleton could absorb it, his body may be damaged or even directly explode. After weighing his options for a long time though, Yang Kai gradually firmed his resolve. I will risk it. With such a great opportunity in front of him, he had to at least try. Instead of pondering and hesitating over it forever, he might as well take action and deal with the consequences whatever they may be. Once he absorbed the medicinal efficacies, everything would become clear. After making up his mind, Xianxia left his cultivation room once to pay for an extension of 10 days and told the 7 family alliance guards on duty that without his permission, no one was to disturb him. After accepting several crystal stones, the person in charge of the cultivation room happily agreed. Returning to the cultivation room again, Xianxia activated all the isolation barriers at their maximum setting before sitting down cross-legged, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. After achieving his peak condition, Xianxia tossed the ancient Saint pill into his mouth and swallowed it down. Not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness, Xianxia immediately began circulating his true Yang secret art while waiting for the pill's effects to appear. 3 breaths later, Xianxia felt heat well up in his lower abdomen and began to rapidly spread outwards. This heat was like bubbling magma, burning Xianxia's 5 viscera, 6 organs. When this heat first appeared, it was like a small stream and not too strong. But in the blink of an eye it transformed into a flowing creek, then a raging river and finally a vast ocean. Xianxia could even hear the movement of this massive amount of energy from his chest. It was like a violent storm that whipped and howled as it sent out one violent torrent after another. Xianxia's face went white, then red, as if it was on fire, his true qi surging up and down as every pore on his skin involuntarily opened and countless streams of energy began leaking out, evaporating into the air. Even circulating his true Yang secret art as fast as possible, Xianxia felt his meridians close to bursting as the energy contained within the pill continued to flow out. The effects of this pill rapidly flowed along Xianxia's meridians and penetrated every in of his physique. At this moment, it was as if Xianxia had opened a mysterious space filled with explosive energy, and while receiving this energy's violent baptism, he also had to focus his attention in order to explore the secrets hidden within. With one mind, trying to do 2 nearly opposite tasks was no simple matter. Soon though, Xianxia noticed something was wrong. While the medicinal efficacies of the pill were indeed flowing through his meridians and physique, even though he was rapidly circulating his true Yang secret art, none of this energy was being absorbed into his unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was all gathering towards his forehead. As soon these streams of energy reached his forehead though, they would disappear like they had been swallowed by an invisible vortex. Xianxia was shocked and quickly reacted by immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The moment his soul avatar opened its eyes, Xianxia saw a torrent of energy pouring into his golden red knowledge sea, like great waterfalls being burned and assimilated by the sea of flames below. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment before suddenly understanding. It turned out that Saint Pill was not a healing pill, nor a pill for cultivating, but one meant to nourish one's soul. In the instant it took Xianxia to comprehend this, a nearly overwhelming amount of energy flooded in, causing his entire knowledge sea to toss violently. The soul battle hall and demon eye of annihilation floating in the sky seemingly becoming somewhat unstable. The small heaven-grade top-rank soul sword had been swept away in this raging storm and disappeared altogether. Realizing he was in grave danger, Xianxia couldn't help cursing vehemently. Originally, he had thought that no matter how much energy this Saint Pill contained, his unique unyielding golden skeleton would be able to safely absorb it, greatly reducing the risk of taking this pill cloud pill. However, he hadn't anticipated that this ancient Saint Pill was meant to cultivate one's spiritual energy, rendering his unyielding golden skeleton useless. Although Xianxia's knowledge sea was much vaster than an ordinary first-order transcendence, there were still limits to it. With this massive amount of energy continuing to pour in, his knowledge sea would explode sooner or later. Xianxia's expression was incredibly ugly, and the only thing he could do now was try to stabilize his turbulent knowledge sea while desperately trying to think of a way to resolve the crisis before him. Unable to think of any way out of this predicament, Xianxia was just about to start panicking when suddenly, his entire knowledge sea was flooded with a brilliant 5-colored radiance. When this aurora appeared, the massive amount of energy that was still pouring into his knowledge sea began to rapidly flow towards something and disappear. Xianxia glanced over in the direction of the flow and quickly discovered the source of this phenomenon. Grinning dumbly a moment later, What was helping him swallow this massive amount of energy, thus saving his life, was actually the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. When he had first obtained his incredible soul-nourishing treasure, Old Demon had told him that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus could grow, and if given enough time would evolve to have 6 colors and eventually 7 colors. This process of evolution was very long, possibly thousands of years to tens of thousands of years. Once it reached the 7-colored state though, the assistance the soul-warming lotus would bring to its possessor was simply immeasurable. Xianxia had already gained unimaginable benefits from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy and soul being significantly stronger than his body's true chi cultivation was mainly due to it, so Xianxia could imagine how miraculous the 7-colored soul-warming lotus would be. Old Demon had also said that although the soul-warming lotus's growth was slow, it could be artificially accelerated by allowing it to absorb pills and precious treasures that nourished one's soul. In a way, doing this was an investment. After a cultivator took these elixirs, pills, or treasures, they would need to share some of their efficacies with the soul-warming lotus, which would reduce the immediate benefits they would obtain, but once the soul-warming lotus evolved, it would pay back that investment many times over. In the past, Xianxia had intentionally diverted a great deal of spiritual energy to the soul-warming lotus every time he took soul-nourishing medicines, but so far he had seen no noticeable response from it, so Xianxia hadn't paid it much mind. But now, with this unimaginable amount of energy flooding into his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus had instinctively reacted and begun absorbing it. As the soul-warming lotus madly swallowed this energy, the pressure Xianxia felt reduced dramatically. At the very least, his knowledge sea had become somewhat stable. Immediately coming to his senses, Xianxia consciously directed the energy pouring into his knowledge sea towards the soul-warming lotus, while allowing his knowledge sea to absorb whatever excess remained. But even so, the amount of energy he needed to absorb personally was still nearly overwhelming, frightening Xianxia. Without any hesitation, Xianxia began using spiritual energy to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. This was the most intensive way Xianxia knew to consume spiritual energy, and was his only recourse to handle this emergency situation. The energy flowing in was thus divided into 2 major streams, one of which was absorbed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, while the other was assimilated by Xianxia's knowledge sea, supplementing his constant consumption. The soul-devouring insects, which had taken up residence on the 5-colored island in Xianxia's knowledge sea, also played a role in consuming this endless torrent of energy, all of them seemingly celebrating this unexpected feast. After employing every means at his disposal, Xianxia's knowledge sea finally calmed down, the inflow and consumption reaching a fragile balance. Xianxia couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This time, not understanding the nature and role of this Saint pill yet still taking it had nearly resulted in him killing himself. Without having to focus all of his attention on his knowledge sea situation now, Xianxia began exploring the mysteries of the Saint pill itself. Right now, Xianxia's lower abdomen felt like it was home to a small sun, which was constantly throwing out massive amounts of heat and energy. After a quick investigation, Xianxia was flabbergasted. He discovered that the total efficacy of the Saint pill had barely been consumed, less than 1% of it having been absorbed by him at this point. However, while the pill cloud was dissipating and the medicinal efficacies were being absorbed into his meridians, Xianxia could indeed comprehend some things about its nature he had formerly been unable to. The pill's ingredients, how the flames were controlled to refine it, what kind of spirit arrays were used during the alchemy process, the alchemy grandmaster's various supplementary techniques, all kinds of information was slowly being revealed to Xianxia. Vaguely, Xianxia's thoughts began tracing the mysteries of this pill, which was refined so many millennia ago, and a brand new world of alchemy began to appear in front of him. Within this new world, all kinds of alchemy insights were shown to him. Entering a state of enlightenment, Xianxia became intoxicated in this world as bits and pieces of information were absorbed into his consciousness and his comprehension of alchemy slowly began improving. Compiling all these various insights together, Xianxia gradually began to unravel their mysteries. As if the original scene of this Saint pill being refined and its pill cloud forming were reappearing before his eyes. A magical experience. On a certain island in the local archipelago, once again, Qian Ning arrived on 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess quarters. He was currently requesting that she prepare for another trip. Unfortunately, ever since the Saintess had returned, and Linger firmly rejected both of his requests. This time was no exception. Qian Ning couldn't help feeling somewhat annoyed. Although in the Holy Land, the Saintess had a higher rank than him during this expedition, he was the one who was responsible for Linger and the entire crew's mission and safety. Young lady, looking for the next Holy Master is your mission. We shouldn't stop over in such a place for too long, no matter what reason you may have. I know. And Linger frowned, her pretty face slightly pale. But I don't know why recently, I always had a feeling of restlessness, as if something terrible is about to happen. Something terrible? Qian Ning's expression became even more solemn. What do you mean? And Linger slowly shook her head and murmured, I don't know. I can't explain it. Qian Ning's brow furrowed as he gazed at Linger suspiciously, a moment later simply nodding. If so, then we will stay for a while longer. When young lady believes we should depart, please let me know. N. Staring at Qian Ning's receding figure, and Linger's forehead suddenly oozed large drops of sweat. What she had said just now was not to deceive Qian Ning, but was indeed what she was currently feeling. She didn't know what had happened, or what was about to happen. But these past few days, Linger had always felt anxious and on edge. Initially she had thought it had something to do with Yang Kai seizing her soul brand, but after some careful investigation, she found that there was no connection between that and her current mood. Inside a certain cultivation room, Yang Kai had been in secluded retreat for 10 straight days and had at last absorbed the entire efficacy of the ancient Saint Pill. He had managed to comprehend a few of the mysteries of this Saint Pill and its pill cloud, and although it was not much, it could still be considered a rich harvest, so he was greatly satisfied. Even his understanding of alchemy techniques had improved somewhat. When the effects of the ancient Saint Pill finally fading completely, Yang Kai felt as if his entire being had transformed. His body felt light and his soul felt clear. On top of that, his spiritual energy had become much stronger than before, and a strange, pleasant sensation now filled his knowledge sea. This indistinct sensation also allowed him to use his spiritual energy faster and more freely than before. His brow furrowing slightly, Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea and began examining it carefully. Though Yang Kai had just begun its investigation, he immediately froze up, completely stunned. During this period of retreat, he had been constantly spying on the mysteries of the pill cloud and, aside from the initial moments, had not paid any attention to the situation in his knowledge sea. Currently, when his soul avatar stooped above his knowledge sea and saw how greatly it had changed, he couldn't help feeling a sense of shock. Naturally, his soul and spiritual energy were greatly enhanced, and the heat from the scattered flames had grown even more intense. Though the demon eye of annihilation and soul battle hall were also still suspended in midair, apparently not having undergone any great change. However, the island which was formed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus had evolved. At this moment, the island was bursting with multicolored light, making it appear even more radiant and beautiful than before. As Yang Kai carefully examined it, he soon discovered that the island, which had once shone with only 5 colors, now had an additional shade to it, making it 6-colored. This new color was a bit thinner than the other 5, but it was nevertheless there. 6-colored soul-warming lotus. After recovering from his shock, Yang Kai let out an uproarious laughter. He had never thought after obtaining the soul-warming lotus he would get to see it evolve in his lifetime. After all, according to Old Demon, the process was exceptionally long. Who could have thought that after absorbing the ancient Saint Pill's medicinal efficacies, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus would actually evolve a grade? Now there was only one more step before it would become its ultimate 7-colored form. For every extra color, the benefits received from the soul-warming lotus would double. Yang Kai could feel that the nourishment his soul obtained from the soul-warming lotus right now was much more potent than before, and this effect was permanent and persistent. As long as Yang Kai owned the soul-warming lotus, it would continue to strengthen his soul and increase his spiritual energy. His harvest this time was simply unimaginable. From 5-colored to 6-colored had taken nearly a decade. Over that period of time, Yang Kai had taken a massive amount of elixirs and pills, and that didn't even count the nutrients that the former owner of the soul-warming lotus had fed it. Xianxia didn't know if he could see the soul-warming lotus evolve into its final form before he died. However, he was still satisfied. Watching the now six-colored island gently radiate light, Xianxia found himself smiling uncontrollably. Just then, though, a strange vibration disturbed his soul. Xianxia's brow wrinkled and quickly searched for the source of this disturbance. A moment later, his expression becoming solemn. It wasn't that his soul had been disturbed, but rather the soul brand belonging to Enlinger was all of a sudden giving off some violent fluctuations. It seemed like this woman had encountered something that deeply scared her and was currently feeling a great sense of uneasiness. What kind of danger could she possibly have encountered? Xianxia thought to himself. Although her cultivation wasn't too high, only a first-order transcendent, but she was a saintess of 9 heavens' holy land. She was someone with an untouchably high status. In this small island chain, who would dare disrespect her, much less threaten her? Feeling somewhat uneasy, Xianxia opened his eyes and got up to leave his room. Deactivating the various barriers around the cultivation room, Xianxia stepped outside, but the moment he did, he heard screams of fear and panic all around him. Not far away, thunderous explosions resounded and the whole world seemed to tremble as a terrifying pressure pressed down upon the entire island. Xianxia instantly went pale and quickly began circulating his true qi in order to resist this violent pressure. Sweeping his eyes around, Xianxia saw that the entire island was in a state of chaos and countless people, as if they were being pursued by some kind of monster, were doing their best to flee. Honk! A loud bang resounded, causing Xianxia to stumble, and behind him, the cultivation room he had just exited exploded into splinters. Xianxia looked around but didn't find any traces of an enemy anywhere nearby. It wasn't until releasing his divine sense that Xianxia found, in the sky a short distance away, an aura that caused him to tremble. Turning his eyes in the direction of this aura, Xianxia saw a giant sword almost 1,000 meters in length floating high up in the sky. This giant sword struck with a destructive force that seemed capable of flattening islands and tearing space. Profound heavenly sword? Upon seeing this sword, Xianxia immediately recognized it as one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. He had learned this skill from Enlinger and was even capable of using it quite proficiently. But the profound heavenly sword he had once summoned was a soul skill, while the one he was witnessing right now was no doubt a powerful martial skill which was formed from a vast amount of true qi. The essence and power were both worlds apart. Under the giant sword's strike, the island below was directly sliced into two. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he shifted his gaze to a beautiful figure that floated high up in the sky. It was this person who had just displayed the profound heavenly sword. It was a woman wearing a long white dress which perfectly complemented her graceful figure. She had a kind of divine aura around her that was somewhat similar to Enlinger's, exuding a sense of nobleness and holiness. But she also carried with her a faint trace of death qi. It seemed like she had already passed away and right now was just a walking corpse. Xianxia was shocked by this strange situation. Grasping the huge, profound heavenly sword in her small hand, the woman chopped and sliced randomly, soon demolishing the entire nearby island, causing it to break up and sink into the sea. The people on that island, under this tyrannical assault, were unable to even try to resist, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The surrounding azure water was dyed bright red in an instant. This scene, straight from the apocalypse, was truly terrifying. The woman then soared towards the next island in the chain and began waving her profound heavenly sword again. In an instant, another island was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 islands were destroyed by her hands. Xianxia's blood ran cold as he saw this avatar of destruction wantonly destroy all the islands around her. Not daring to stay here any longer, he quickly used his movement skill to escape in the opposite direction. Xianxia's movement seemed to have caught the attention of this woman, though an array of light, like a vicious snake, shot towards him. Imprisoning heaven chain. Xianxia was shocked as he confirmed that this woman was someone from 9 heavens' holy land, and very likely a high-level figure at that. Otherwise, how could she be using various 9 heavens' divine skills so freely? What made Yang Kai feel especially uneasy, though, was the other party's cultivation. This mysterious woman was definitely a Saint Realm master. The imprisoning heaven chain chasing him was so fast and contained such dense true chi that in his normal form Yang Kai had no hope of escaping it. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai unfurled his wind and thunder wings, boosting his speed several levels and shot off like a bolt of lightning. When the imprisoning heaven chain arrived, all it was able to grasp was Yang Kai's afterimage. Across the distance, the mysterious woman's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai's retreating figure, a slight trace of what could be interpreted as suspicion appearing on her pretty face, her tender body flickering in the next instant and disappearing. When she reappeared, she was already not far behind Yang Kai. Feeling the cold murderous intent behind him, all the hair on Yang Kai's body stood on end, and before his pursuer could launch another attack, he hurriedly concealed his aura and snuck off in a different direction. The woman stopped mid-air and tilted her head somewhat, her eyes slowly sweeping around, apparently searching for Yang Kai's position. Although she quickly found Yang Kai, she didn't appear to be in a hurry and instead turned in a different direction, her brow wrinkling slightly as a look of pain crept onto her expression. Yang Kai was annoyed, unclear as to why such a powerful master was pursuing him, but he figured Linger should know something about it. The most important thing for him to do right now was find that somewhat naive young woman and find out from her what was going on. In front of an ornate palace, the masters from 9 Heavens' Holy Land had all gathered together and were currently staring up absent-mindedly at the woman floating high up in the sky. "Aunt Nan," and Linger shouted in a slightly hoarse tone, her tender body shuddering as tears suddenly began leaking from her beautiful eyes and a forlorn whimper escaped from her lips. "Saintess Nan, being here like this, does that mean Holy Master has passed away?" Qian Ning's lips trembled and his face drained of all color. Just as everyone was silently staring at the carnage before them, Yang Kai suddenly rushed over and landed straight in front of Linger, frowning deeply as he stared at her. Calling out in surprise, Linger came back to her sense and stared at Yang Kai, hurriedly asking, "How come you're still here? Why haven't you left yet?" "I can't." Yang Kai calmly shook his head. "That woman's divine sense is locked onto me." "Ah." And Linger covered her small mouth and her beautiful eyes trembled, directing a look of sympathy and apology towards Yang Kai. "Who is she and why is she targeting me? How are you related to all of this?" Yang Kai asked several questions at once, his voice filled with annoyance. "You are that little brat we plucked from the sea before." Qian Ning turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression quite ugly, obviously quite unhappy with this unexpected visitor. Their 9 Heavens Holy Land delegation already had enough headaches, so Yang Kai suddenly appearing here and asking a bunch of nonsense questions caused Qian Ning's anger to rise to the surface, the latter waving his fist and shouting, "Go away! You think this is a place you can speak?" Saying so, he sent a burst of true chi towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a gloomy look and didn't bother trying to hide his strength anymore, easily countering Qian Ning's attack, his body not even flinching, his expression completely indifferent. Qian Ning was shocked and promptly re-examined Yang Kai, as if he couldn't believe this weak little brat could actually easily resolve his strike. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with you, I just want to figure out why that woman is after me," Yang Kai said with some impatience, coldly declaring his standpoint and attitude to Qian Ning before turning his attention back to Linger. "Uncle Qian?" Linger raised her hand and stopped Qian Ning from retorting before looking back at Yang Kai with a bitter smile. "Her targeting you is your own fault." "Why?" "Probably because you learned the 9 Heavens' divine skills." Hearing this, the several transcendent realm masters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land's expression all changed dramatically as they stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. Qian Ning was even more stupefied as stared back and forth between Yang Kai and Linger, hoarsely asking, How could he have learned the 9 Heavens' divine skills? Only the very top characters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land were qualified to learn the 9 Heavens' divine skills. Even Qian Ning has never studied them. "Girl, are you courting death?" Yang Kai's face suddenly filled with anger. He had never expected Linger to reveal such an important secret in front of so many people all of a sudden. forcing him into an oppositional relationship with 9 Heavens Holy Land. It doesn't matter, and Linger smiled bitterly and shook her head. We're going to die anyways. Letting them know now is irrelevant. Young lady, what happened? Qian Ning hurriedly asked, his face filled with suspicion, apparently having a few speculations in his heart. It's just as you think? And Linger wiped the tears from her eyes and whispered, the man in front of you, after passing my test, was able to comprehend 3 of the 9 Heavens' divine skills. Everyone's jaw dropped upon hearing this, their eyes all bulging so much they might pop out at any moment. It was only after quite some time that Qian Ning returned to his senses and asked, so, isn't he the perfect candidate to become the next Holy Master? And Linger nodded lightly. The looks Qian Ning and the others directed at Xianxia changed greatly, becoming respectful and expectant. But it's too late now. Aunt Nan has already arrived here. And Linger smiled helplessly and said, the expression of Qian Ning and the others also falling upon hearing her words, I don't care one bit about any nonsense, Holy Master. Explain to me what's happening right now. Who is that woman? You should at least know that, right? Xianxia temporarily pressed down the murderous intent in his heart and pointed back towards the woman who was still floating mid-air, directing a cold stare towards them. And Linger had already exposed everything, and holding her responsible right now wouldn't help matters, so Xianxia set that aside and focused on trying to understand why this strange woman was wantonly slaughtering people, and now apparently targeting him specifically. She is my Aunt Nan. And Linger replied softly, Aunt Nan, the only remaining saintess of the last generation's Holy Land. Xianxia was stunned and surprised. Does your 9 Heavens Holy Land have some kind of intense internal strife? Is the previous generation's saintess hostile towards you? And Linger shook her head with a pained expression. Aunt Nan has always been very good to me. How could there be any kind of infighting? And do you remember the words I said to you once regarding saintesses? A 9 Heavens Holy Land saintess, before death, cannot kill. What does that have to do with the current situation? Xianxia was genuinely puzzled. That is only the first half of the saying. There is another half after it? And Linger's voice trembled, clearly demonstrating the horror in her heart, slowly muttering in her next breath. Before death, cannot kill, after death, slaughter 1 million corpses. Xianxia's expression became sluggish as he frowned deeply. What does that mean? A Holy Land saintess doesn't kill any sentient being during her lifetime. But once she dies, if her body is not promptly destroyed, her corpse will fall onto the Azura's path and begin slaughtering all living creatures. This is probably our secret art's greatest malpractice. And Linger let out a soft breath. As such, after each saintess' death, her body will be burned quickly to avoid the situation Aunt Nan is currently in. Before we set out, Aunt Nan was in good health. How could she suddenly? Xianxia suddenly understood. No wonder he could feel a faint trace of death chi in the woman. According to what Linger just said, this previous generation saintess named Aunt Nan should already be dead. The dead still being able to move wasn't something unfamiliar to Xianxia. The coffin-carrying man was also a living corpse. He had passed away many, many years ago, but the obsession in his heart and his tyrannical cultivation allowed him to continue moving. Even after his death, he had continued to fulfill his mission of searching for an individual capable of rescuing the ancient demon clan. As such, this saintess named Aunt Nan probably had a similar obsession in her heart, and a very powerful one at that, or else it wouldn't be enough to support her current actions. Saintess Aunt Nan and Holy Master were deeply connected, so assuming the Holy Master fell, Saintess Aunt Nan also. Qian Ning sighed heavily. Are all of you 9 Heavens Holy Land people total dumbass? Why would you set such a dangerous person loose? Xianxia roared furiously. Being stared at by a Saint Realm Masters was akin to be stared at by death itself. Obviously his mood wouldn't be good. What use is saying all this now? And Linger shot him a bitter look. Because I cultivate the same secret art, Aunt Nan was able to quickly find me. Anyone in the local archipelago that can't resist her, I'm afraid, will die. Then after killing me and everyone else here, she will seek out and kill my 3 sisters. Until someone comes forward and completely destroys her body, she will continue slaughtering everyone she comes across. The most powerful individual in the nearby archipelago was just Qianning, but even he, a third-order transcendent, was just as powerless to resist the previous generation saintess who was a genuine Saint Realm powerhouse. No matter what, young lady and the future Holy Master cannot die here. Qianning suddenly turned to face Yang Kai and said solemnly, "Little brother, although you haven't entered the Holy Land yet, since you've already passed the young lady's test, you can be considered half our Holy Master. Please take the young lady with you and leave quickly. If worst comes to worst, even if you have to sacrifice the young lady, you must ensure your survival." Yang Kai stared back indifferently. Although Qianning's rhetoric made him feel slightly touched, it was still impossible for him to accept becoming the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Qianning's act just now was completely casting pearls before swine. "You two leave quickly, we will try to buy you some time. Don't act so presumptuous." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Buy time? You're just throwing your lives away. Besides, where the hell are we supposed to escape? There's nowhere anywhere near here that we could." Before he finished speaking though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed as he remembered a certain place nearby that might just work, turning his gaze towards the seabed as he quickly contemplated their odds of success. And Linger also seemed to have thought of this possibility, quickly exchanging a glance with Yang Kai and confirming the two of them were thinking the same thing. During the several breaths it took for this conversation to finish, Saintess Aunt Nan had been floating midair, watching them, not taking any action, her face showing a look of hesitation. Apparently the last remnants of her consciousness from before she died was holding her back. But obviously this situation wouldn't last long, as it was apparent the cold murderous intent around her body was becoming more and more dense. "Little brother, if you die here, then that is simply the fate the heavens have bestowed. But if you survive, please go to the Holy Land and assume the position of Holy Master. The Holy Land must not go one day without a Holy Master," Qianning declared heavily to Yang Kai as he tightly held the latter's shoulders. Yang Kai said nothing in reply. "Go now, quickly." Qianning took a deep breath before raising his head towards the still hovering Saintess Aunt Nan. The expression of the other party was constantly changing, but gradually the hesitation on her face was being replaced with cold indifference as the murderous intent around her became thicker. As this murderous intent overflowed, the temperature of the entire archipelago seemed to plummet as fierce winds began howling like shrieking ghosts. Yang Kai didn't hesitate any further, immediately grabbing Linger, summoning his wind and thunder wings and shooting off into the sky. At the same time he moved, Saintess Aunt Nan waved her hand towards his direction, releasing an imposing wave of pressure. Qianning took the few masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land and with steadfast determination moved to intercept this attack. "Uncle Qian, everyone!" And Linger turned back and shouted out anxiously. "They're dead?" Yang Kai said in a dignified tone, pushing his speed even further, a moment later plunging into the sea along with Linger. Quickly wrapping the two of them in his true qi, Yang Kai began to rapidly descend towards the bottom of the sea. Just as they entered the water, Yang Kai shot a glance behind him and just caught the scene of Qianning and the others bursting into blood fog. The masters from Nine Heavens' Holy Land didn't manage to last more than 3 breaths against Saintess Nan. After killing Qianning and the others, Saintess Nan still refused to give up, waving her hands and slashing her profound heavenly sword down towards the island below her, rapidly cleaving it in half, sending large chunks of it into the sea, killing or injuring countless civilians in the process. In the next instant, the huge profound heavenly sword was thrown out by Saintess Nan, and like a bolt of lightning broke through the sea's surface and chased after Yang Kai and Linger. Yang Kai's blood ran cold as he pushed his true qi to its limit, increasing his speed to the extreme but still failing to escape from the approaching danger. The giant sword behind him seemed completely unimpeded by the sea, splitting apart the water as if it were no thicker than air as it raced forward.